Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is the public hearing, bill hearing, Wednesday, March 2nd, Budget and Tax. We have 18 bills today. Get excited, everybody. 18 bills. All right. This is the order. 636, 709, 685, 506, 578, 593, 644, 706, 683, 679, 693, 622, 623, 491, 660, 647, 664, 674. Remind everyone that you'll have 2.5 minutes after the sponsor, all the witnesses after the sponsor. We'll have 2.5 minutes. You'll hear a little buzzer, and and the clock is right up there, so you can look up and see where you are. We're going to start with Senate Bill 636, Senator Zucker. Also, I want to recognize that Senator Beidel is joining us from Finance for the first two bills. We thank you for coming by. Senator Zucker, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know that you're going to be following me, and I do have some witnesses as well, Randy Amos and Rachel London, if they wanted to come up while I was testifying, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
I would also point out to the, for the record, Senator Craig Zucker on Senate Bill 636. I would also point out, colleagues, that there's 5 sheets of people that have submitted testimony, and most of that is written. But Mr. Chairman, it's not lost on me that we're the first bill, and how important it is that for something like this, we're not waiting, that we're making this a priority. And you know, what I wanted to do is just sort of set the context, and Chairman Gazzoni and I have been working around the issues that impact the developmental disability community for years. We were partners on it, partners on these issues in the House, and he continued to be a champion when he came over to the Senate, and I've tried to do what I can to be a good teammate with Senator Gazzoni, with Chair Gazzoni on these issues. And you know, what this bill does is it really addresses the wait list for a number of waiver programs that assist those individuals and families with developmental disabilities. Some of those programs provide individual family support, help with behavioral support services, help with transportation, help enables children to remain with their families. There's also waivers that help with complex medical needs, and also the autism waiver that helps children on the autism spectrum. All these are vital services, but what we find is that there's over 30,000 children waiting for services. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait. For example, the autism waiver, as soon as a child is diagnosed with autism, say at age 5, they sign a form, you know, their guardians or parents sign a form, and the autism waiver, once they are eligible, provide wraparound services. I mean, it's basically guardian training, advocacy, and direct behavioral and support to children on the autism spectrum. But there's anywhere between an 8 to 10 year wait. So what you're finding is thousands of children, when they finally become eligible, already aging out of the program. And these programs, colleagues, were designed to help them on the front end, not when they're nearing adulthood. I mean, I'd even settle for them when they're adulthood with bar mitzvah. We're not even talking that. We're talking when, you know, they're 21 years old or older. So it is time to end the wait. I fundamentally believe that we have the best team in the state amongst the people in this room. And my question is, if not you all, not us, then who? And if not now, when? So this bill will help reduce the waiting list when it's fully implemented by 50%. It's going to give us an understanding of sort of where we are with attracting providers, and we have amendments that are being offered that help clarifying intent language, especially around the autism waiver, that it's a registry. But with that, I believe that these children and families have waited too long. It's time to end the wait, and the time is now. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Zucker. Look, it is a long-standing issue for myself, but for all of us in dealing with these wait lists. It's been a frustration for many, many years. One of the things that we've done somewhat effectively is sort of working maybe one by one on these lists. But it's occurred to me, and it really occurred to Senator Zucker, that's really probably unacceptable. We're not getting to the end game. that the only way to get to the end game is to think about this comprehensively. I think there are further issues that we need to think about comprehensively beyond wait lists. We've got, and I've talked with Senator Griffith about this, the amounts we provide to providers, the annual rate questions, all of this stuff needs to be dealt with comprehensively, thoughtfully, because there are a lot of people out there, as you point out, Senator, that need these services, deserve these supports, and I believe we should and can be stepping up. So, looks like Senator King has a comment or a question?
Just a quick comment. I think it's almost an understatement, and I think we've seen over and over again, the earlier we can get services to these children, the better they turn out later in life. So I think it'll save us a whole lot just by getting rid of that waiting list. So I wholeheartely support that bill.
Great, thank you. And so you have we have more panel here, so whoever wants to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni, as well as committee members for providing us the opportunity. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 636, the End the Wait Act. My name is Randy Ames. I'm an assistant managing attorney with Disability Rights Maryland. If you're not familiar with DRM, we're the protection and advocacy agency for the state of Maryland, providing legal services for people with disabilities. Senate Bill 636 is crucial for a number of reasons. It not only addresses the wait, but it's part, as the chair mentioned, it's part of a broader opportunity for Maryland to address and improve home and community-based services statewide. With the additional ARPA funding Maryland is receiving of approximately or over $200 million, while there will be costs associated with ending this wait list, the benefits both to participants as well as financially are yet to be seen. While the fiscal note for this bill focuses on the costs of the services themselves, what it doesn't reflect is the amount of money that will be saved in avoiding unnecessary hospitalizations, state funds that support wraparound services in crisis, as well as the cost of institutionalization for people with disabilities. The purpose of the program is to provide people with services, and unfortunately, as has been noted, people are waiting tens of years just to be able to apply and be invited. Disability Rights Maryland, we represent people with disabilities across ages and economic situations. Myself, I currently have a 68-year-old retired federal employee who is essentially facing having to go into a nursing facility in order to access services. Similarly, I have two sets of brothers. One set are twins that are 11 years old, and one set that are brothers in their 40s with rare genetic diseases. And because of the current wait lists, they're essentially having to cobble together services that don't appropriately meet their needs, where if they were able to access the waiver that would meet their needs, they wouldn't have to try to fill in the gap and overstretch their family in providing informal care. The wait, unfortunately, the Department of Health has not addressed these wait times, even though it's been raised year after year. And unfortunately, I believe the department needs to be told that this is a priority for the state and that it will be addressed. So for those reasons, DRM supports this bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Rachel London. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council. We're a statewide public policy organization that creates change to make it possible for people with developmental disabilities to live the lives they want with the support they need. It's what this bill does, right? I am also the chair of the Developmental Disabilities Coalition, 5 statewide organizations that work together to do the same thing. You will hear from each of them separately, and you have their written testimony, but I do want to note that all 5 of us are in strong support. My council is led by people with developmental disabilities and their families, and they're waiting, along with thousands of other Marylanders who need these services to be able to live, learn, work, and play in their communities. So waiver programs provide people the opportunity to live in their communities as opposed to in institutional settings like you just heard. There's lots of different waivers. This bill addresses 8. I'm going to talk about 2 things. The free waivers administered by the Developmental Disabilities Administration. There's almost 4,000 people, children and adults, waiting for services through the DDA. Some of them are in crisis. And while money is put into the budget every fiscal year to address emergencies, as you've heard, a comprehensive approach is needed before people are in an emergency situation. We shouldn't have to get there. Another 4,000 people are actually on a different list. It's not a waiting list, but it's a future needs registry. They will need services in the future. We know that the pandemic has exhausted all of us. More families are supporting their children and adults at home with the need for more services and supports. That leads me to the autism waiver, which is the second. As Senator Zucker said, there are about 6,000 children waiting for those services. The council sits on a variety of committees about the autism waiver. We are trying to work through some of those issues, but it was established 21 years ago as a way to provide early intervention services to kids on the autism spectrum. Now, children are waiting up to 10 years or more for services. In fact, you have testimony from one of my council members whose son is now 10 years old, and she thinks she still has another year or 2 before she will see services through the autism waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this group? Okay. Are we going to be able to queue up this video? I have it already. Okay. All right. Well, let's go. Let's do that. Yeah. Ken Capone from People on the Go is providing video testimony.
Hello, committee members. My name is Ken Capone. I am the director of People on the Go at Maryland, which is Maryland's statewide self-advocacy organization. People on the Go Maryland builds community through diversity and inclusion. We respect the individuality of our members and are committed to making inclusion a priority so that everyone feels comfortable, valued, and heard. People on the Go remains distinct by maintaining a cross-disability strategy that focuses on effecting positive change in the lives of people with and without disabilities. We are here to testify in support for SB 636 Maryland Department of Health Waiver Programs Waitlist Reduction and the WAIT Act. I would like to stress the importance of receiving full funding for the waitlist because I once was waitlisted for 15 years while my elderly mother cared for me. To make a long story short, when I started receiving services, my life changed dramatically. Having the waivers waitlist reduced by 50% would give many people with disabilities the support and services they need to live a meaningful life of their choosing. Knowing the department is actively working on a plan to reduce the waitlist by 50% inspires hope that individuals currently on the waitlist will receive services in a reasonable time frame. I know people who are currently waiting for services that could help improve their lives tremendously, but without a plan to reduce the waitlist, their lives are put on hold. I have been in this field a long time advocating for people with disabilities, and it hurts me knowing that there are people whose lives could be more meaningful if they only had the needed services. The time is now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to guess that Ken may be watching and listening in, and just want to thank you. As always, you are absolutely right. You have been a long-time advocate, and your work has been very meaningful over the years, and we appreciate you testifying by video, and we can't wait to see you in person. Next up, Lauren Callens, Abby Brandt, Andy Klopp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm Lauren Callens with the Maryland Association of Community Services, and we represent providers of community supports to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities statewide. So in the DD world here in Maryland, there are somewhere north of 200 providers whose mission it is to support people with IDD in the community. This is what they do, whether it's personal supports or employment supports, other meaningful day or residential supports. This is what they are committed to doing. And most, if not all, would welcome the opportunity to ramp up, expand their capacity, and support more people. But the lack of staffing and resources makes that an impossibility at the moment. As our sponsors well know, and this committee knows more than most, DD providers, like many other providers, have been facing long-standing workforce shortages, and the pandemic has decimated our workforce, and we are just not coming out of it. A recent MAC survey polled our members, and it revealed that the average vacancy rate at the moment is 26%. 1 in 3 providers reported a vacancy rate between 30 and 60%, and the 10% reported this astonishing number of a vacancy rate between 50 and 60%. And it is no wonder, with Target announcing yesterday, I believe, that in some parts of the country, they will be paying up to $24 an hour. Without adequate funding to attract and sustain a qualified workforce, we will not be able to meaningfully address these waiting lists. And so we are deeply appreciative of the sponsors' leadership on this bill and in the amendment language, which clarifies that the plan envisioned by this bill will look to analyze existing provider capacity. What do they need to ramp up, to expand capacity, to increase their direct support staffing in order to be able to reach more Marylanders, including recommendations with regard to changes in reimbursement rates. And so we are in strong support of this bill and the amendments, and we look forward to a day when no Marylander will have to wait for supports in order to fully enjoy community life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, who is next?
Me.
There you go, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Abby Brandt. I am the principal of the Children's Guild School of Prince George's County. We are a non-public school who service students ages 5 to 21 with primary disabilities of autism, emotional and behavioral disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and multiple disabilities. The organization I work for also has 2 other non-public schools, one in Baltimore City and another in Baltimore County. Our Baltimore County school specifically provides services to those with autism. Senate Bill 636 will offer much-needed action to be able to end the wait. I am here to talk on behalf of our students and our families, as we do not provide the services, but they are missing out on very much-needed services. I have one student who was put on the waiver at the age of 5. They are now in 8th grade at the age of 13, and they just had their initial interview. Due to the questions that are asked about independence, they did not qualify for those services. However, had they gotten those early intervention services, that student would have been able to access some of that, allowing the family some of the financial resources as well as the training to be able to help the student progress further in life. Another one of my students was put on at the age of 4. Now in 8th grade at the age of 14, they had their initial interview. They were accepted into services, which we were very excited about. We are now 3 months after that, and they are trying to find a service that they can put their child into, because once you are off the wait list, there is now a new wait list where you're trying to find a place that has an opening where you need your services. And I do truly believe, and we strongly support this bill, as it will not only help to end the wait, but not put kids on a new wait list waiting for services, but instead put funding into these programs to make sure that they are able to access, especially at an early age when early intervention is key to a student's success, that this bill is 100% needed for our students and what they need to be able to satisfy and be in the community, as well as progress through our school programs. Additionally, when students are not able to access these these services, it is a difficult time for families. They struggle. This can also lead, if they do not have the training, to the mistreatment of children that can all be avoided by simple making sure that we have these services available. So your action today acknowledges that the special needs community deserves better, and on behalf of the Children's Guild, I urge you to support and end the wait.
Any questions? Thank you. I believe Megan Andrade is next.
Andrea Culp? Andy Culp? Or, Megan Dronde. Oh, it's you.
Well, either one. Whoever wants to go up now comes up now. I started
Okay,
you.
as long as Meg gets to go next.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name's Andy Culp, and I'm the Executive Director of the ARC Maryland. And so I'm here testifying on behalf of the ARC for Senate Bill 636 in favor of this legislation. I want to say me too to the testimony that was said before, because I know you have a long list today. I also wanted to just highlight a couple of points that have been said, just for clarification. For background on the Medicaid waiver and why there's a wait, it's because there's an institutional bias associated with these types of Medicaid services. So Randy testified that someone she knows could get into a nursing home, fine, if they meet the institutional level care, but if they want to go into a waiver, which is a community-based service, which a lot of people want, they don't want to be in a nursing home, they want to live in their own homes or in their communities, you have to get on a waiting list to access those services because those slots are capped right now when the budget's capped in Maryland. So I just want to make sure everybody was aware of why this is such a problem for us when we'll let people go into nursing homes, which cost so much more, but we won't support them the same way to live their lives in the community. And then to Senator King's comment and Rachel's comment, the Autism Waiver Program was created originally in 2001 to be an early intervention service. I mean, we all know how less expensive lifelong care is for children with autism spectrum in particular if they can get services early on in childhood, learn independence and communication skills and self-care skills and things like that. They're much less likely to need ongoing state support as they become adults. So this is really important that we restore this program to that which it was intended for, which is an early intervention program. And then I just want to end with some quotes that I've gotten from mothers in my capacity at the ARC about their wait for services. One of them said, "We put our son on the Autism Waiver Registry when he was 3 years old. He'll be 12 next month, and his number just got called. That's 9 years." Another one from Frederick, "I put my son on the autism waiver list at age 4. He's now 11 and a half and still waiting." And then another mother answered her and said, with a sad but honest response, "Oh, well, he's only got about 1.5 more years to go." Another mother said, "My child's number was finally called after a 9-year wait. I immediately contacted a good friend and fellow autism mom to ask if her son had been selected, and her response, 'What, waiver? Wait list?' A lot of people don't even know, and so they're not on it. So thank you. I hope for a favorable report on this.
Thank you very, very much. Any questions? And who is next now, to be clear?
Megan.
All right. Your number is up. Thank you very, very much. Sorry to be a little confused on this. The chairman has a different recording system in his notes than I do in mine, and sometimes we get a little confused. So thank you for joining us.
Okay. Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Megan Andrade. I'm a parent of 3 adults with developmental disabilities, and I'm also an employee at the ARC Baltimore, where we provide waiver services to people in Maryland. I did submit written testimony that addresses what having or not having waiver services actually looks like for people in their daily lives, so I encourage you to read that with careful consideration. I want to talk to you today about my own son's 9-year wait on the Autism Waiver Registry. We moved to Maryland in 2013, and I promptly put him on the list. My son requires a lot of support. He has high support needs. He turns 21 this month, and his number just got called last week. He's no longer eligible for those autism waiver services. After many, more than 6 years of extreme crisis situations, we were able to get him into the Community Pathways waiver just 2 years ago. Because of the level of crises that we went through and 6 years without any services whatsoever, by the time that we were able to get him into the Community Pathways Waiver, no agency in Baltimore City or Baltimore County or the surrounding areas would provide my son with services because he did not receive any intervention for those 6 years we had been in Maryland waiting. Because of that, even though I live in northern Baltimore, I had to send my son to PG County to get services. His life has greatly improved. However, I drive multiple times a week over an hour each way to go see him. During those 6 years that we were living in trauma and crisis, I could not work. I had to support my 5 children on nothing but child support. And because of that, I had to be my own child's respite. I had to do the therapeutic programming. I had to be the transportation. There were times, sitting here today, I can't tell you how we made it. I don't know how we're here. Somehow we are. There are many, many, many families in Maryland that are drowning while they're waiting. 9 years is 9 years too long. Not every family is in crisis. Not every person with developmental disabilities is in crisis. Again, in my written testimony, I describe the ways that they're still very deserving of waiver services. I provide employment supports at the ARC Baltimore. There are many Marylanders capable of working but cannot work, cannot contribute to the economy, cannot spend their dollars, and cannot lead fulfilling, meaningful lives because they're sitting at home waiting for waiver services in order to be able to work. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Thank you. I think that is the last witness we have signed up for oral testimony. Okay, well, thank you very much. We are now going to move to Senator Elfreth's bill. You're up, Senator. Senate Bill 709.
Could I bring my panel?
Please do, please do.
Thank you.
I think we have one more coming in. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. So good to be with you here today to present Senate Bill 709, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Alternative Therapies Fund Establishment, and the David Perez Military Heroes Act, N22 a day. Mr. Vice Chair Committee, this committee and the entire General Assembly, I hope, should know the traumatizing statistic that unfortunately in this nation we lose an average of 22 veterans to suicide every single day. Now, we have done good work as a body, but there's still so much more work ahead. And unfortunately, the incidence of suicide among the veterans community has only increased. I won't read off every statistic. It is in my written testimony. I want to point out one incredibly alarming fact. The U.S. military has experienced a 16% increase in recorded suicides between 2019 and 2020. So this is growing at an even faster pace. Over the interim, I had 2 groups of constituents come to me. I'm so proud to represent the U.S. Naval Academy, and we are home to many veterans in my district. 2 different constituents came to me, one asking, can we please follow Texas's lead and create a program that enables the use of psychedelic drugs as a treatment for PTSD. And that sounded like a great idea. We worked with the Secretary Owings on that idea. And then a week later, independently, another group of constituents came and said, can we use hyperbaric chambers as another alternative therapy to treat PTSD? Both of these sounded like great ideas. So instead of choosing one over the other, the result is Senate Bill 709, which will do a number of things. It will create a fund called the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Alternative Therapies Fund within the Department of Health. It will allow for the funds to be used to support the study of the effectiveness and improving the access to alternative therapies, including hyperbaric oxygen therapy and psychedelics, through providing cost-free access to these alternative therapies. It authorizes the Department of Health to work in consortium with organizations including the Maryland Department of Veterans Affairs, Johns Hopkins University, University of Maryland, Sheppard Pratt, and Walter Reed Medical Center. And then it would require a report back to this General Assembly on the use of those funds and any findings found during those studies. Now, I mentioned Texas. Legislators across the country are taking action on the potential use of alternative therapies to treat PTSD and thus help stop these 22 suicides a day. 7 states, including Oklahoma, Texas, Indiana, Kentucky, Arizona, Florida, and North Carolina, have all passed critical legislation that provides financial support to veterans seeking alternative treatments, such as PTSD. 2 states, Colorado and Idaho, are also contemplating similar legislation as I speak. But this battle needs to be won one state at a time until Congress acts. And today I'm asking that Maryland take this important step forward. I have a wonderful panel of experts, Mr. Vice Chair, that know the science inside and out, but I would just like this committee to take home that this is an experiment. It's alternative treatment for PTSD. It provides that fund. It provides for cost-free access for veterans to access that fund. And I'm looking forward to seeing the results of this initial investment that Maryland can make. I believe it will make a difference, and I'm asking you today to have faith in that as well. And I ask for a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Who would like to go first on the panel? Thank you.
I guess, I'm sorry. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Rory Murray with Providence Strategies. However, I'm here in my personal capacity as a Marine Corps infantryman, combat veteran, and someone who has unfortunately experienced many of the issues that this bill aims to counter. I would like to take a minute to thank Senator Elfreth very much for taking the lead on this. In the 6 or so years that I've known her, I can more than confidently say that she's one of the top advocates in the state of Maryland or anywhere in this country for the needs of veterans, and we should be very proud of that. So I'll be blunt here. I'm tired of my friends dying. It's been a lot. In the 16 years since I left Fallujah, I've had upwards of 10 friends that I've served with either die from suicide or substance abuse, heavily attributable with their failure to overcome post-traumatic stress. Mental issues are a difficult beast to conquer, and it takes a full-on effort from all sides. Luckily for me, I found myself involuntarily committed to a mental institution shortly after my 26th birthday. This forcibly stopped my downward spiral and was my on-ramp to getting the help that I needed to live a productive life. I completely changed my life from that point on, with expected hiccups, but all in all, I've been very lucky. I have a good support system and a great recovery plan. For many others, the solution is much more complex. Cookie-cutter therapies may not work, and alternate therapies may be the key to success. The point of this bill is to fund and study alternative treatment therapies. We must exhaustively explore every possible avenue towards making a dent in this epidemic. If these therapies have the chance to save veteran lives, which the evidence points to they do, this bill and the funding are more than worth it. This won't be the end-all be-all, but it's a real step forward and will be very influential as continued steps are explored. A quick note on David Perez, the namesake of the bill. David was an Army combat veteran and an ardent advocate for veterans, a big fan of politics who worked in this building for Senator Salling and across the street as well for several years. David passed away on August 29th, 2020. I unfortunately found this out after he and I had a conversation about doing some recovery work in a homeless shelter. He was always asking me to go on these types of excursions. He always had energy to help others. When I reached out to follow up with him a few weeks later, I got no response. I engaged in the sobering practice that I've become accustomed to over the years when veterans go silent, of Google searching for obituaries. I was taken back when I saw his. It hurt, but unfortunately it wasn't a new feeling, just another painful episode. I've done this almost a dozen times, and it's almost the same pattern every time. I've had the pleasure to walk these halls with David as an advocate in support of veterans-related bills for years. He was a true gem and a hero in more ways than I can describe. The veteran community owes him a great debt of gratitude, and his presence will be missed. I cannot adequately express how grateful I am to have his name on this bill. There's no doubt he's earned it. Please give it a favorable report so we can get to work.
Thank you very much. Please.
Vice Chair Rosapep and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Patrick Cabal, representing the Maryland Military Coalition and speaking in favor of Senate Bill 709. We have known post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, since the 1960s.
during and after the Vietnam War. Earlier, it was called shell shock during World War II. And in the First World War, it was battle or combat fatigue. While the terms may differ, the symptoms are almost identical. Alcoholism, drug abuse, gambling addictions, and other personal, deep-rooted personality disorders. Many times, it created such troubles as violence against families, friends, and public. Unfortunately, these struggles have led to family grief, spousal abuse, and grievously, murder and other crimes. Traditionally, treatment for PTSD by the U.S. Veterans Administration and others has been counseling and medication. Sometimes the approach has worked, but the problem continues. SB 709 gives us the opportunity to change to a different approach, alternative treatment. Senate Bill 709 would mandate the Maryland Department of Health to commission a study on other approaches treating this harmful crisis. This bill would start on July 1 and require a report, as Senator Ellis stated, to the General Assembly by December 1st. I know PTSD well. My father, a World War II veteran, couldn't tolerate noise above a reasonable conversation, and it forced my parents to separate for a period of time. My brother, a Korean War soldier and bus driver for the Metro in D.C., had to have 9 police officers subdue him during unruly behavior in public. I had a cousin who was discharged by the Air Force. He spent his days working at a popular hotel in Southwest Virginia and his nights in a nearby bar. He would have drank himself to death if he hadn't died by suicide with a gunshot wound. Maryland Military Coalition, whose 19 veteran service organizations serving 150,000 members, believe this different therapy would greatly aid veterans and other professionals who are first responders, emergency healthcare workers, whose lives have been disrupted by this perennial evil. We urgently request a favorable report on Senate Bill 709 and commend Senator Ellis for her compassion to those who suffer greatly from PTSD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, sir.
Members of the committee, I'm Dr. Robert Beckman, Vietnam veteran, Air Force pilot, former professor at the Naval Academy, and I'm here as Executive Director of the Treat Now Coalition. Our country's veterans are in a health crisis. The veteran suicide rate is increasing. Some 877,450 veterans and service members are suffering from traumatic brain injuries and post-traumatic stress disorder. The VA and DOD talk about a suicide epidemic. The VA is not stopping the wave of suicide and opioid overdoses, which have continued to increase for over 15 years. Service member suicides and prescribed drug overdoses total over 200,000 victims since 2003. The current standard of care for TBI and PTSD includes prescription drugs that warn of suicidal ideation, which only manage symptoms and do not address brain wound healing. Brain wound healing. Continuing to not treat brain wounds will cost U.S. taxpayers $4.7 trillion over a 40-year lifespan of our veterans. Veterans are not even told that safe, effective, drug-free, and non-invasive treatments exist. They are denied informed consent. The current estimated annual societal economic impact of the over 400,000 Maryland TBI veterans, many of them living with untreated, undiagnosed, or misdiagnosed TBI and PTSD, is over $584 million annually. What to do? Expanding military and VA healthcare coverage to encompass non-traditional treatment options such as hyperbaric oxygen therapy will save U.S. taxpayers over $100 billion a year. HBOT heals brain wounds in over 9,500 successful cases in the last 3 years. In addition to those states that the senator mentioned, there are Colorado, Michigan, Missouri, Ohio, Virginia, also contemplating this legislation. Medical ethics demands that U.S. government and states provide all the care that is available. I urge your adoption of this for the sake of veterans and citizens, over 3.5 million of whom are brought down by brain wounds per year.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for members of the panel, or Senator Elfreth or members of the panel? Yes, Senator Salling.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First of all, I want to thank the Senator for running with this bill. We passed it unanimously last year in this committee, and I love to see that happen again. I want to thank her for doing that and also having the opportunity to be a part of that. I want to thank every person on this. Just your testimony just means a lot to every veteran, and I think we need to realize that we need to start doing something. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you all very, very much. I believe the next witness I have is Danny Farrar. And then Matthew Johnson, Emma Ernest. Feel free to come up. Please.
Hey. Good afternoon. I'm grateful to be allowed to speak today on behalf of Platoon 22 in support of this bill. I come before you today as a veteran, an entrepreneur, and the executive director of Platoon 22, as well as a suicide survivor. I am proof that this bill matters. I took the first team into the Pentagon on 9/11 to secure the perimeter after the terrorist attacks and then to remove our fallen fellow citizens' remains. That event would have a profound impact on my life and serve as a catalyst for me volunteering to join the fight overseas in Iraq to ensure that those attacks never took place on our soil again. I would spend 2005 to 2006 traversing across much of the country as I completed over 800 convoy missions in a combat environment. The traumas from the Pentagon attack on the war, coupled with traumas from my childhood, would prove almost too much for me to bear. And after failing in my attempt to transition, getting fired, ending up homeless, and lastly a failed marriage, I would attempt to end my own life. The following day, I woke up strapped to a bed at Frederick Memorial Hospital. I spent several days locked up inside, and it was then that I vowed to turn my life around. Upon getting out, I turned to both conventional and unconventional therapy. For me, I turned to fitness and martial arts and counseling to regain control of my life. I am proof that the paths to healing are often as unique as the person walking them. My journey wasn't one that could be prescribed per se, but it worked for me. In my role as Executive Director of Platoon, I have seen firsthand that my path isn't for everyone. That is why at the Platoon Veteran Services Center being built in Frederick as we speak, we will offer any and all forms of therapy that are available to our transitioning warfighters. That becomes much easier if there are funds out there to help support these efforts. The reality is that in the fight for successful transition, we need as much ammunition as possible. I wish we had had more at our disposal when David Perez came to us for help. David, despite his demons, sought to help his fellow veterans every day, just as we tried to help him. If is a hard word to swallow. As veterans, we are accustomed to second-guessing what we could have done differently to change the outcomes of battles and those that we lost. I cannot say that if we had saved Dave's life if we had this bill already. But I can say with 100% confidence that if this bill is passed, it will save someone's. I hope today all of you vote in agreement with me that this is worth it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Why don't we hold questions for the whole panel? Next is Matthew Johnson.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for their attention to this critical topic. I'm here to speak about the psychedelic component here. I'm a scientist. I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins. I'm one of the world's leading scientists, experts on psychedelics, their risks, their abuse, and their therapeutic effects. I'm the director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic Research. I've been doing research with psychedelics ever since I got my PhD 18 years ago in 2004. And in that time, both my group and a growing group of scientists around the world have found some absolutely extraordinary results with these compounds. Effects in end-of-life anxiety with cancer patients, with profound reductions in depression and anxiety that last for 6 months or even years. Extraordinarily unprecedented quit rates for tobacco addiction and alcohol addiction, and very large improvements in people with major depressive disorder. Some close colleagues in the field have worked with this has all been, I should say, with the compound psilocybin, which is in so-called magic mushrooms. Some close colleagues in the field have conducted some extraordinary work with a compound you may have heard of, MDMA, another psychedelic compound, using it to treat PTSD and they've completed one phase 3 FDA trial with absolutely extraordinarily high results with reductions in PTSD symptoms that last. And all of this only from across these studies, 1, 2, or 3 sessions. It's administrations of these compounds under a controlled situation where there's monitoring, there's screening, there's follow-up care. So the safety issues, there are risks to these compounds. Those are well characterized, and we have ways to mitigate those strategies, mitigation strategies to address those risks. The FDA has considered psilocybin and MDMA breakthrough therapies. That's an official designation that means a lot. Pharma companies would pay millions to get that designation. That's based on showing extremely promising data for very large public health needs. I'm starting a study soon at Hopkins looking at psilocybin to treat PTSD based on some extraordinary anecdotes and survey work suggesting it may work. The biggest obstacle to this field is the lack of funding, and that's why I support this bill.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ernest.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members, and thank you to all the servicemen that have testified and for your service. My name is Emma Ernest. I'm a BSW student at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I am a psychedelic advocate as well as a psychedelic peer supporter and integration coach. I'm here representing the NASW Maryland Chapter Legislative Committee. This bill is very close to my heart due to the intersection of military and PTSD within my life. My grandfather and father are veterans. My brother is currently active duty Marine Corps. Active duty Army, he was Marine Corps. I have personally seen how military-related PTSD impacts families and communities. My little brother suffered from PTSD and died by suicide in 2015. And personally, I have suffered from PTSD most of my life, so I can speak to how debilitating PTSD can be. I also have personal experience with the profound impact that alternative therapies can have on PTSD specifically. It has changed my life. It is the reason that I sit here before you today as a successful student and advocate and human being. Recently, MAPS Phase 3 trials reported that 67% of patients no longer met the diagnostic criteria for PTSD. That's amazing. Additionally, MAPS also reported that MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD results in an estimated healthcare cost savings of $103 million per person in a 30-year regular treatment horizon. Like I said, alternative therapies have given me my freedom back from PTSD. And Imagine a world where veterans can be free from PTSD and they can connect with their families and communities and live long, successful lives. On behalf of NASW Maryland, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for members of this panel? Thank you very much. Our last witness is Dan Martin.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland here in support of Senate Bill 709 with what I hope will be considered a favorable amendment. I want to thank Senator Elfreth for introducing the bill and thank all the witnesses that testified before for their service. Mental Health Association of Maryland is an education and advocacy organization concerned with all aspects of mental health and mental illness. And in 2015, we launched Brain Futures, which is a national nonprofit dedicated to improving human outcomes by assessing and advancing practical applications of new scientific understandings of the brain. The organization brings together diverse stakeholders, policymakers, funders, and innovators to accelerate national adoption of effective practices for brain health, optimization, and the treatment of mental health and substance use disorders. Recently, the group has done some recent work has included development of a neurofeedback report, validating effectiveness of neurofeedback treatment for ADHD and anxiety disorders, and the Youth Brain Fitness report summarizing the science around executive functioning programming for youth and outcomes in schools. And last year, Brain Futures launched a psychedelic-assisted therapy initiative to educate policymakers, healthcare providers, payers, and the public about clinical applications and benefits of psychedelic substances, particularly as relates to PTSD and depression. And so the organization will be releasing over the next few months a series of issue briefs that review all relevant research to date, including dozens of randomized clinical trials, meta-analyses, et cetera, and makes a series of recommendations for how to responsibly advance these innovative alternative therapies. And so as you have been hearing, this field is exploding. There is rapidly growing body of evidence showing the safety and effectiveness of these treatments for mental health and addiction disorders. There are studies showing huge potential cost savings for the use of psychedelic-assisted therapy versus treatment as usual. There's large and increasing public and private investment in the space, and the tide of public opinion is getting much more favorable. And all the while, Brain Futures is doing a lot of work to bring folks together and prepare for wide-scale adoption of these treatments and lay a foundation for the regulatory and reimbursement work ahead. And so we are confident that first of all, we're very supportive of this bill and the direction that we're going as a state, and we're confident that Brain Futures would be a really big help in advancing this effort. And so for these reasons, we support Senate Bill 709, we'll request an amendment to add Brain Futures to the list of organizations that MDH must consult in taking their duties on under the bill, and then a favorable report.
Any questions, members of the committee, for Mr. Martin? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 709. All I have to do is find the next bill. 685, Senator Ellis. And here he is. If you would bring your panel up with you. Senator?
Yeah, is it okay if I start while the other witnesses?
Please proceed, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Good afternoon, Chair Rosapap, members of the esteemed Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, I'm Arthur Ellis, representing Charles County, District 28 in the Senate of Maryland. I'm here to present to you Senate Bill 685, the title of which is Economic Development, Maryland State Authority, Charles County Multicultural, Recreational, and Amphitheater Facilities. The bill calls for the State Authority to review and to study and make recommendations to bring a like a sports and learning complex to Charles County. Charles County is a growing part of the state, one of the fastest growing parts of the state of Maryland counties. The character of the county has changed tremendously in the last 20 years. We have lots of needs as we emerge from a mostly rural farming community to a bedroom community where most of our working adults, 77%, commute every day towards Washington, D.C. area to work. I just want to thank this committee for helping and working, supporting us on some of our initiatives. Last year, the light rail bill passed through this committee, which gave funding to take transportation to the next level. So I want to thank you for that. I just want to say that Charles County, nature of the county has changed so much, but we have, I was going to say so little. We have no multi-purpose youth facilities outside of the schools. There are no public swimming pools or tennis courts or basketball courts. So we have a need for a lot of recreational and spaces for events, sports, and otherwise. So this bill would authorize the state authority through their bonding process to bring through us $45 million to build such a facility. So in respect of your time, I would ask you for a favorable recommendation on Senate Bill 685 and return over my time to the witnesses and for whatever questions you might have.
Thank you very, very much. I think I'm sorry? Up to you. Okay. So Ms. Coates.
Okay, I'm going to.
Or whatever order you want.
Yeah, I'm going to pass the order.
Go ahead,
I'm gonna
do.
go last.
Go.
Thank you.
You're in charge.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Dawood Abdur Rahman, and I'm a over 20-year resident and one of the leaders of the Bryans Road Business Association, which is in Charles County, Maryland. Bill 680, SB 685 would authorize a much-needed multicultural event center in southern Maryland. As we heard, Charles County had the second highest population growth in the state over the last 10 years, and it's critical, and we're very sensitive to the fact that the need for infrastructure build-out match our population expansion. The facilities proposed by SB 685 would serve residents from Charles County, but also all of southern Maryland, including Prince George's County. It will be made up both of indoor and outdoor areas to ensure year-round use. The goal was to have a Charles County-based multi-use facility that could be used for sports, shows, community events. The goal was to have the facilities be used by people of all ages, youth and senior events and all demographics. Bryans Road, Maryland is particularly underserved. This is the area where I live and where we have the Business Association. The idea of having a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of America is very consistent with some of the goals of Bryans Road Business Association, which is establishing a scholarship fund as a part of our school business partnerships to improve our relationship with the school system and to help young people. This is fully consistent with the goals and the objectives and the programs that are available with the Boys and Girls Club with their school and business partnerships. The Boys and Girls Clubs have a robust after-school program, academic program, that includes STEM, coding, college prep, and other types of activities. We believe that with the emphasis to try to help Charles County, if there's an opportunity to focus on Bryans Road and to partner with the Boys and Girls Club around this facility, we think this will be a great benefit to our community and to the county generally and to Bryans Road specifically. Thank you.
Very much.
Good afternoon. My name is George Stewart. I'm the president of S2 Capital Partners, which is a commercial real estate development firm. I've been in this business for 41 years. I've been operating and developing in southern Maryland for 30 years with my partner, Rick Bailey. And in the surrounding counties in southern Prince George's and Culvert and St. Mary's and so on, we've been actively involved in helping bring different facilities such as libraries and animal shelters and fire stations and so on. And in my development career, I see a huge void for this type of facility, particularly for young people and for families. In the development business, particularly the shopping center business, we were always, life revolved around what we call three places. It revolved around home, work, and church. And so in the development business, we would try to, put ourselves in that path. Over time, that's changed, and you saw where it was home, work, and shopping center developers would try to put together places like Barnes & Noble and coffee shops and those types of things for gathering places. With the advent of Amazon and all these others, a lot of those places have come and gone, and of course, we've seen where the home piece of it is also sort of turned upside down. So really, what we're here today, or I'm here today, is to advocate for the Senate Bill 685. I'm really advocating for the youth of Charles County and the youth today, the youth tomorrow, and their families, because we need these types of facilities. Dawood mentioned about boys and girls clubs. Those are certainly important. They play an important role, but we're hoping that you'll see your way to approve this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Coates.
Oh, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Thomasina Coates, the Charles County Commissioner, representing that district that we're talking about today, which is District 2. I'm also here representing the citizens in support of SB 685. So the question is what am I going to tell you? It's a very simple request. When a strip club owner has their eyes set on your community with total disregard for your families that live for the families that live there, and as a citizen and representative of that community, I stand with all of my citizens, Charles, Southern Prince George's, and the Southern Maryland region in total. And we stood and opposed that strip club. But what they did tell me was that we need a sports and recreational facility for our youth, in which we have none. So we all know what happens with a child's idle mind. I think that we all can attest to that. SB 685 is a much-needed facility. You heard my colleagues over here speak of that, in particular for the Southern Maryland region and for Charles County. It's a facility for people of all ages and demographics. And we also, if you heard before from one of my colleagues here, they mentioned that it is a successful model in the Virginia area that we'd like to duplicate. With that, I would ask, and we're going to keep my comments short, with that I would ask for a favorable support for SB 685. Thank you very much.
Very much. A great example. You don't have to use your whole 2 minutes. Appreciate it. Yes, Senator McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't have a question on the bill, but just a point of privilege. Just want to welcome Madam Commissioner to the Budget and Tax Committee. This is my first time seeing her before the phenomenal B&T Committee, and just wanted to give her the best.
Oh, yeah, it is phenomenal. Thank you so much,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Senator Craig.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Senator Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the sponsor, and I know he can answer it. So how many recreation facilities or amphitheaters you have in your area?
The commissioner answered for me. She said, but she whispered, none.
Right.
They try to bring strip club in some of these areas, but she fought against hard. I'm glad you brought up the strip club. I saw people perk up like strip clubs. Yeah, it's a choice, we have for our youth or our families. Do we do projects like this, or do we let the seedy stuff seep into our community? And unfortunately, like I mentioned in my testimony, Charles County is emerging from a rural to a more suburban bedroom community. And we have none of this, these facilities, 0 youth centers in the county, 0.
Well, thank you, because I know that's important in a community and how you're developing. And I know it's important to me. We've lost, in the state of Maryland, just to say, we've lost a ton of recreational parks for our kids. And they don't have the activities that they need. And that's probably one of the reasons why we have problems in our communities, in our counties, our cities, because kids need good activities. And I think it needs to be instilled back in every community in our state, and it could start in your county. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Young.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have the bill here, but what's the total cost of the project? What are you asking us for? How much is the county putting in? How much state funds are you putting in that are available for this type project? And how about developers? How much are you getting from them?
Okay, that's a good question. We were using the, I think the Hagerstown model where the state just put that money into the project. And so the thing is, we have Mr. Stewart here, he's a developer, and basically I really haven't negotiated with him. So I don't know if Mr. Stewart, you could answer that question as far as you thought about work with the numbers with that. And we have the commissioner here. And basically, this will be a state-led project going through the Stadium Authority. And so basically, we want to kind of set the lead. But Commissioner, if you want to answer that, or Mr. Stewart?
Sure, I mean, I'll take a stab at that. So, at the end of the day, you know, we have to find the right site. We have to find, you know, we have to define the building envelope and such. And I think the vision is to have something that's going to be long-lasting. And it's probably something along the lines of a 25 or 30,000 or 35,000 square foot facility. And you know, the location to be determined. So in that sense, I mean, I'm currently involved in 3 active developments in Charles County. One in Bryan's Road, which is in the western side, one over on the eastern side, and then one on the southern part. So, you know, we try to ballpark these things as best as we can. I will tell you that it's probably a little bit going off a little bit of a sidebar, but we're getting ready to start a development in Brandywine, and the initial funds for that, or the initial budget for that, was $16 million, and with steel delays and everything else, just the cost are $20 million. So, you know, I think right now for this kind of facility, for a 35,000 square foot facility, you know, with the land, with the outdoor facilities as well, I think right now that's what we're thinking. And what the developer's contribution is going to be, the county will dictate that. So, may I say one other thing too? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Our sister county, Prince George's County, if I use the Boys and Girls Club as an example, which has been around for 140 years. I hate to tell you how old I am, but I grew up in a Boys and Girls Club in northern Michigan. And I think at last count, and we don't know necessarily the viability, so I don't want to, but I think in Prince George's County there are 17, is that right, Dawood? Something like that. 17 of these type facilities. Now, again, I don't know the breadth and the depth and so on. And we're not just pinning our hopes on a Boys and Girls Club, but that would be a great use for part of this facility here. We've got none. We've got none of those.
Well, that really wasn't my question.
Yeah. Well,
I understand the importance of having facilities.
Sure. Did I answer any part of your question?
No.
Oh, okay.
You know, I was Mayor Frederick. We've got 75 parks in the city.
Okay.
Developers gave us the land for every one of those parks.
Uh-huh.
We sometimes got fees
to help build. We have several in the county where developers have put up
Sure.
several million, where it was benefiting their developments because they can get better prices if they got something like that nearby.
Sure.
And then, you know, the local government usually contributes, and also there are state funds available through the Department of Natural Resources down through the county.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
just-
I can give you the example of
I
the
just might-
Culver County.
Well, I don't want an example.
I'm sorry.
I was just asking if you had a plan and what it's going to cost and who was going to pay what.
I do not.
Okay, thank you very, very much. May I suggest that, this is a very important question, and I think it'd be worth, Senator, for the right people to have the discussion offline to follow up. Senator Elfreth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And similar, well, first of all, backing up, I know this committee and certainly the bill sponsor knows our appreciation for the need for more parks and recreation opportunities across Maryland. But on this particular bill, and perhaps this is the right question for the commissioner, is this a priority of the Charles County Board of Commissioners? Is it in your capital improvement plan at the county level, or what planning has gone in?
So, so anyway, I'm actually here not representing my entire board. I'm actually representing the community and this is citizenship. As far as my board is concerned, this has just come to fruition to our board, and so we haven't really had much conversation or possibly where or dealing with the budget. But, you know, it would be probably something that will be coming very soon, so after this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very
so
much.
Yeah, could I just add, Mr. Chair, thank you. So, you know, you have the story of the chicken or the egg, right? Which one came first, right? And so where do we address the needs? Where does it start? And where do we actually take that lead? So as a Air Force officer, I've been trained to always put my neck out there and taking care of my people. And back then in the Air Force, on active duty, my people were the men and women the government gave to me to supervise as an Air Force officer, to look out for them first, did not say, hey, you should go here, or you should go there. I always took the lead to make sure they are taken care of. So as senator, that's what I'm doing here, is taking the lead to solve a need. So let me say again, I'm taking the lead to solve a need. And once we lead, then followers will follow. And so the need is there, colleagues. And the community has a tremendous requirement for us to work to take care of this need. And just like we did with, I've mentioned my thanks for us taking the lead, we're taking the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit project to the next level. So no one believed that we would have gotten that done here. But we passed that bill last year. And so that's what, you know, I'm sent here to do, to look at the need and to take the lead. And so I would like you as leaders to help me to lead to take care of the need.
Thank you.
Any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
We have one more witness. I'm not going to pronounce it right. Gatahan Sam. Is that individual here? I'm sorry?
That was a mistake.
That was a mistake. Okay, that's it.
It's over. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Next bill is Senator King. It's Senate Bill 506. And feel free to bring up your panel if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Back in my days as a member of the Montgomery County School Board many years ago, I first learned about the Lurie Center for Children and their therapeutic child care program. And I'm telling you, if you ever go there for a tour, it sure does tug at your heart and shows you what miraculous things that they do for young children and families. We had children in county preschool programs with social and emotional delays who needed more services than could be offered in mainstream preschools or daycares for a variety of reasons, including safety. I saw firsthand through the Lurie Center how therapeutic child care programs worked with children and their families with integrated mental health and education programs. I also saw the successes of these programs with over 80% of students transitioning to a typical kindergarten and maintaining social-emotional gains through second grade. These programs have been funded by MSDE at different levels using both state and federal funds, but with no fiscal certainty. Senate Bill 506 will codify the therapeutic child care program and establish a per-pupil funding formula for the program. I'm also offering an amendment that will just change a date in the bill. Interventions at younger ages have a huge potential to alter a child's future developmental trajectory. This success rate results in millions of dollars of savings to the state and counties by reducing long-term intensive special education expenditures. The benefits from these therapeutic child care programs are substantial and need to be protected, so I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 506. And let me just say, the Senate passed this bill unanimously in 2020, and time ran out in the House. So I'd like to see that happen this year if we could possibly make it happen.
Thank you, Senator. Who's going to go next? Okay, great.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to come and support this important legislation, therapeutic child care. Special thanks to Senator King for really leadership in championing this for really some of our most vulnerable children. So I'm Dr. Jimmy Venza, clinical psychologist, executive director of the Lurie Center for Children's Social Emotional Wellness. We're one of the homes of our nation for infant and early childhood mental health care. And I have the delight of also representing two Maryland institutions that are nationally recognized and part of our fabric of care, which you'll know well, Kennedy Krieger and the ARC. So our programs are very specialized in serving our infant and young children. So think our toddlers, our 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, and babies. So they all have different needs and challenges. They all face great adversity, whether it be autism and developmental disability, or physical health and complex medical needs, or those families experiencing trauma and mental health challenges. All these great challenges, like the storybooks, we're talking about children, so we think story time and circle time and bedtime stories. So these are the great stories of families and young children facing the greatest of adversities and having a team around them to support and help them overcome to their best life. And that best life turns out to be a wonderful thing and contributes to all of our good. It requires very intensive specialized care for the families and multidisciplinary teams of physicians, health, and mental health experts as well. These programs also support the early childhood workforce and train the workforce, conduct research that does best practices around the state and around the nation for how to care for children and families with complex needs. So as Senator King mentioned, it's been very vulnerable in terms of funding, and families always at risk for not having care. So we urge you to have a favorable report for Senate Bill 506 so that this legislation, 2022 legislature, will have a great story. You'll be in the storybooks for when our state unites for our most vulnerable children and families and helps them toward health and happiness. Thank you very much for your great service to our state.
Thank you, Mr. McSherry.
Mr. Vice Chairman, honorable members, good afternoon. My name is Clinton McSherry, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Maryland Family Network. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of SB 506. You have my written testimony, so I'll be very brief. Mr. Chairman, I submit to the committee that this legislation represents an investment and investment in better outcomes for at-risk children, as well as cost-saving measures for the state. Senator King's comments about the success of therapeutic child care programs in transitioning children to typical education placements is well supported by research as recently as 2020. That not only improves the outcomes of the children, but it also saves the major costs associated with more intensive special education services. And for these reasons, Maryland Family Network urges your favorable consideration. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer the questions.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee have any questions for Senator King or the witnesses? Going once, going twice. Thank you. And that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 50. And again, if you have some panel you'd like to bring up, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone here, all the committee members. Senate Bill 578, State Prescription Drug Benefits Retirees. Senate Bill 578 restores the state prescription drug benefit plan for state retirees that was eliminated in 2011 as part of pension reform. I'm sure that we are all well aware of this issue, as all of our offices have received emails and phone calls from retirees. We even heard the horns blowing around town here a couple times, who voiced their concerns about this change. Rather than discuss the issue in depth, I want to briefly discuss the ongoing court case on this issue before yielding my time to the several retirees who have traveled to Annapolis to voice their support for this bill. While the case is not yet fully resolved, the federal district court judge ruled that the state retirees who retired before 2019 have a contractual right to prescription drug benefits. The case for the current state employees and retirees who retired in or after 2019 is still ongoing. Senate Bill 578 is distinct from the court case in that it would restore eligibility for all retirees who started working for the state prior to June 2011, regardless of when they retire. I would now like to give the retirees with me an opportunity to share their perspectives and experiences. It is extremely important that they have a direct dialogue with the General Assembly, and we all must work together to find a solution that will ensure that no retiree in Maryland will face financial hardships attempting to purchase their medicines. And I just would like to say that my constituent, Ken Fitch, I think he was like the head of many of the groups of retirees, and he is ill and not able to make it here today. Otherwise, he would be here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my retirees, some of them.
My name's Mike Bridget, and I worked for the state of Maryland as a merit employee from 1988 to 2019. My only interruption in service was my activation to Desert Storm. Upon my return, I completed a nurse practitioner program because the state could not get nurse practitioners due to the lower salary. Shortly after, the state changed their pension plan, and I was notified I would be moving into a new pension plan. And I would be getting some less at retirement, but the state notified everybody, and I could weigh my options and decided to stay on. This is unlike what happened in 2011 when a bill was passed. Nobody was notified till retirees got a letter in 2018. I still didn't receive a letter because I retired in 2019. As soon as I found out about this, I fast motion went into retirement mode. And actually, I can't tell you what that cost me to retire in a matter of months. It was a sacrifice. However, it's not going to be the sacrifice that the taxpayers are going to have to pay if this is not reinstated. For every state employee that ends up in a long-term care facility, it costs $93,000 a year. Medicare Part D is not the same as the Maryland prescription plan. Trust me, I work with it every day. I have patients now that will be in long-term care facilities because they do not have the medical coverage I have. I am not asking the state to give me something. I worked for this. I met all the goals. I stayed on being told I was going to get these benefits. And then when I finish my 30 years, I find out, oh, it's been taken away. I just want to get what I worked for, what I contributed to, and I still contribute to. Benjamin Franklin understood this. An ounce of, prevention is worth a pound of cure. I mean, I actually supported 2 deaf children on a salary that the state gave me, knowing I was getting these benefits. One of them will graduate with her doctor's degree this year from Gallaudet. The other was the first deaf student to graduate from Full Sail University. I taught them that hard work and perseverance pays off. Don't prove me wrong. I mean, I instilled this in them thinking that all the hard work I was putting in, the salary I was sacrificing, I worked at half the rate that the private practice gets for these benefits, and find out at the end they're taken away. I have 2 fellow employees that will be in a nursing home within 6 months of the termination of these benefits. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I would like to thank Senator Klossmeyer for sponsoring SB 578. Because now is the time to clean up what you messed up. My name is Deborah Hill, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Ken Fitch, who's the founder and president of United We Matter and the named plaintiff in the case of Fitch v. Maryland. For 4 years, Ken has worked tirelessly, without pay I may add, to reinstate prescription drug benefits for the elderly and disabled state retirees who received a letter in June of 2018. However, the fight he has waged has taken its toll on his health, and that's why he's not here today. But he would not be in this fight if the members of this legislature, the members of this committee, valued the lives of its former employees. You messed up when you passed laws promising prescription drug coverage and reneged. The court has said so. You compounded your mess when you passed SB 946, making state retirees have to pay the full cost of their medications. And you made a colossal error when you pissed off Ken Fitch. Ken worked for DGF for 25 years, and he retired on a disability in 2012. He received his letter in 2018, like so many. He has undergone furloughs, no raises or step increases in order for the state to balance its budget. Now you're taking retirement benefits? What is the life of a state retiree worth? Well, we found out in 2019 when the General Assembly put a monetary value on the lives of 90,000 state retirees and then said they would not pay. Ken Fitch put on his armor and he headed to battle. You see, he's a diabetic. His out-of-pocket costs for just insulin would increase from $930 to $12,000 a year. Without insulin, he will die. Without this bill, you will kill him. How could he afford these increased costs? I mean, let's be honest. You do not pay your rank and file employees top dollar, and their pensions reflect that. So a retroactive elimination of this benefit is a death blow to retirees on a fixed income. Clean up what you messed up. Pass SB 578.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, for the record, my name is Lance Kilpatrick. I'm the Legislative and Political Director for AFSCME Council 3, representing approximately 30,000 active state and higher education employees across Maryland. You know, a lot of my members, they've taken jobs with either state or local governments with the idea that they were going to have a lower salary with the promise of greater retirement benefits. But over the last number of years, we've seen lower salaries have gotten lower and retirement benefits have been diminished. No doubt that the over 6,000 vacancies that the state now has is due in part to this toxic formula. And with the district's court's December opinion that retirement benefits are not guaranteed until a person actually retires, we now have the threat of retirement benefits not being real for active state and local government employees. HR directors should have to honestly say that retirement benefits are projected but not guaranteed for a new hire. Senate Bill 578 honors existing retirees by maintaining the original state plan, and it's a good thing to do. But I would also ask this committee to take into account the changes that have taken place to the prescription drug landscape since the passage of Senate 946. A prescription drug affordability board, a reverse prescription drug auction purchase process, where the state will choose a pharmacy benefit manager that offers the best deal to supply active and retired employees with their prescription drug needs. Both these laws have the potential to generate hundreds of millions of dollars in savings to the state. With the resolution of the Fitch case not expected to impact beneficiaries until January 2024, it is a prime opportunity for a new administration and a new General Assembly to revisit other post-employment benefits in a comprehensive manner that would restore the promise and the gratitude to those who would choose public service for our great state. AFSCME Council 3 urges a favorable report of SB 578 and further urges seizing the opportunity to reimagine and enrich the benefits available to those who work on behalf of their fellow Marylanders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Senator Klausmeier or the witnesses? Thank you very much. Our next witnesses are Mr. Khan and Peta Richkus. Whoever would like to go first.
Good afternoon. My name is William Kahn. I'm a retired Assistant Attorney General. First, I'd like to say that former Senator Larry Levitan has asked me to tell you that he strongly supports Senate Bill 578, and he has said he's sorry he's unable to be here to tell you that in person.
Well, thank you, and please give Senator Levitan our best wishes.
I will do that, sir. Thank you. There are many reasons for supporting this bill. They're, as best I could, included in my written testimony. What I'd like to talk to you about this afternoon is that proponents of offloading us retirees onto Medicare Part D say, if it isn't done, Maryland may lose its AAA bond rating because of this unfunded liability. That's a remote possibility. It has been cited since at least 2011, but it hasn't happened yet, and it is not likely to happen. And why? Rating agencies have murmured a concern about the unfunded liability. But the concern is not about the liability. It's that the liability is unfunded. That is, it's about the decision by the state of Maryland since 2010 to ignore general accounting standards board guidelines. These guidelines say that in addition to current year appropriations for the prescription drug plan, Maryland should appropriate an additional amount each year to pre-fund the trust for future year costs. Maryland hasn't done that. It hasn't pre-funded for 11 years. Instead, it's decided pay-as-you-go is the way to go. The rating agencies will continue to mumble to try to prompt Maryland to pre-fund. In this context, it's apples to oranges to base an offloading decision on unfunded liability. The way to look at it is to look at each year's present cost, its actual or its projected cost, say for last year, this year, next year, the year after, and relate it to the budget. The general fund budget for this year is $58.2 million. Now, the fiscal note for this bill doesn't really tell us what the state's cost was or will be, but I have used the 2020 House Bill 1230 fiscal note to make an estimate of that. And if you do the same, you will find that the cost compared to the budget in 2022 was 14/100ths of 1%. For 2023, it will be about 16/100ths of 1%. And for 2024, the difference will be 17/100ths of 1%.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have a few extra seconds, please? But I suggest to you, for budget purposes, look at the curve.
Thank you.
The costs, we're going to go
Sir.
like this to zero.
Sir, we really
Over
get,
the
we get your
years.
point and appreciate your testimony. Other people need a chance to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Richkus. I served as DGS Secretary from January 1999 to January 2003, and as Port Commissioner from July 8 to January 2015, and representing Maryland as an advisor to Obama's U.S. Trade Representative from 2010 to 2014. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members, and thank you, Senator, for your sponsorship of this bill. You have my written testimony in detail. Just a few points. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB, has stated, quote, "The government has an obligation to pay other post-employment benefits, OPEB, based on the level of retirement benefits promised to an employee in exchange for his or her services," end quote. A state contractor is not allowed to claim, quote, "budget pressures," end quote, as a justification for shortchanging the state or not performing on a state contract. When that happens, the state files claims against or sues the contractor. The role of the courts and the State Board of Contract Appeals is to uphold and enforce legal contracts and processes. As the Senator and Ms. Hill have pointed out, U.S. District Court Judge Peter Massetti agrees with the plaintiffs in Fitch v. Maryland. In his December ruling, Judge Massetti concluded that Maryland statute unequivocally and contractually commits the state to cover its retirees' prescription drugs. Budget pressures cannot excuse the state for reneging on its contract with its employees. With SB 578, the General Assembly has an opportunity to do what's right. The ongoing case of Fitch v. Maryland does not preclude you from doing so. Passing Senate Bill 578 could bring a fair and affordable end to the lawsuit. I thank you and urge your favorable report.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Thank Thank you both very much. All right, I believe that concludes the hearing on 578. We're going to move to 593, which is my bill, Department of Transportation and Spending Affordability Committee reports. Committee, this is it's a bill of anticipation as we move into the next year into the question one framework, where the legislature has some enhanced authority, and all this bill does is adds things to what the Spending Affordability Committee considers when it comes together with its recommendation, as we do every year just prior to the legislative session. And it includes things, some of which we already do, actually. It just now codifies it all, plus the additional things of, well, let me just read quickly the things that are included. Recommended end of the year general fund balances, which I believe we do already. Recommended end of the year balance in the revenue stabilization account, which we do every year. Recommended structural balance, which we do every year. And then the new stuff, recommended fund balance for the Transportation Trust Fund established under the Transportation article. Recommended minimum expenditure levels for system preservation by the Maryland Department of Transportation. And that is it, essentially. So that's what the bill does. I suspect there are no questions. Okay.
No witnesses?
No witnesses?
No support for this bill, Mr. Chairman?
There's no support whatsoever. Just one supporter. Me. All right. Okay, now we'll move on to 644. Senator Salling, state procurement references, historically underutilized business zone businesses. Oh, he just left. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair. I do have a couple witnesses. If they can come on up right now, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, of course.
For the record, Senator John Ray Salling, and I'm here today in support of this bill. And we do have an amendment, and I did place it on everybody's desk. It's for a study, for study to hub zones. A hub zone is a historic underutilized business zone. The goal of this study is to craft a bill that will provide an opportunity for small businesses to thrive in this economy climate through implementing a hub zone. In a hub zone, government departments would work to achieve a certain percent of contracts for businesses that are in these zones to help underprivileged businesses in our state. I think this would be a great opportunity to help our businesses, our constituents, and the state as we continue to recover from this pandemic. Again, I hope and pray that we can help our businesses in our state. We see a lot of areas that are underutilized in business, and I hope and respectfully ask favorable for report on this bill. And I do have a couple good witnesses that could understand, give you a greater understanding. And I thank you for this opportunity to have a study in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wayne Frazier and David Openshaw.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Wayne Frazier. Excuse me, and I'm president of the Merlin, Washington Minority Companies. We're a trade association located in Baltimore City. And we are located within a hub zone within Baltimore City. And I am also MDOT certified as a minority certified business in the state of Maryland. And the reason I make that point is because hub zones, hub zone opportunities is a great economic vehicle for the businesses that are located within those underutilized areas. And as I said, my business is MDOT certified, but I would not get Hubzone certified for one main reason, and that is because Hubzone businesses, to get certified, the major requirement is that one must hire 35% of their labor, their employees, from that particular underutilized area. And I, with the type of work that I do, could not be able to certify that 35% of my 6 employees would come from a Hubzone district. Therefore, I would be ineligible, and I wouldn't want to come back a year later because you have to be recertified on an annual basis. So it's important to you to understand the opportunities that bring to these underprivileged areas where businesses, and they could be they're race neutral, or gender, but they hire people who live within those communities. And the economic opportunity is the wealth that's created that stays there in those communities. Now, when it comes to competition, you're going to have MBEs who are certified, but it makes no difference. There's enough work within the state of Maryland to satisfy all. And I urge you, I plead with you to accept and favorably move with Hubzones for the good of the state of Maryland.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is David Openshaw, and I am the CEO of a company named Ligon & Ligon Incorporated. We're located in Baltimore City. We have been in business in Baltimore, in the same location in Baltimore City for 100 years, and doing underground utility construction. I'm here to represent our company and the people, the 60 people that work for Ligon & Ligon, to ask for your support for this legislation. We're located in a hub zone in Baltimore City, which has a lot of challenges for the people that live there. It has a lot of challenges for us to be located there. We have thought through the years of moving to someplace else outside the city. But we're committed to being in Baltimore City, and we're committed to being where we are in spite of those challenges. We hire 35% of our workforce from the hub zone. That currently is 20 people. And we've seen great success with that. I mean, we have employees that we hired from the hub zone that came to us that knew nothing about construction or even holding a job, and now they've moved on to either other jobs that have improved their lives and their families' lives, or they're foremen or equipment operators for us, and doing well and have pensions and own homes, and it's been a great thing for our company and for the employees. The hub zone, we just recently became a hub zone contractor in 2019. Frankly, we weren't even kind of aware of the program prior to that. And it's unique because it is race neutral, and it's a broader net. It's helping out a lot more than one owner of a company. So we hope you'll look closely at this legislation and give it your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the panel? Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Stalling, a little familiar with hub zones. all of Garrett County's a hub zone, parts of Allegheny, parts of Washington County. My understanding is this is mainly a federal program. So what specifically does this add to the hub zones? I was reading the title, it says state procurement preferences. Does this mean that if you're in a hub zone, the preference would be that you procure things from state businesses? Or what does this add to the existing approach with a hub zone? Let me ask it that way.
I think overall, it's specifically being a study now, the underutilized areas that could be labeled as a hub zone in business. We could help more develop them in many ways. We could help develop them in business. We can help develop the area itself and bringing, maybe they have a area where they don't have a grocery store, so it's a food desert, so we can help them in that. I think there's a lot of things we can do in rural areas. I think also at the same time, there's hub zones, but there's those that would like to be labeled as underutilized and they don't have enough people, so we want to make sure we don't lose anybody in this or miss anybody. We've had many calls, but I think that's what I'm looking at. I think if you have, if you could answer that in some way.
Sure, sure. What is significant about this is that if one is located in far reaches of Western Maryland, and an opportunity should come up wherever in the state of Maryland, where the state of Maryland has procurements, because you are now able to hunt with this hub zone certification, you're now able to bid on opportunities on contracts and procurements throughout the state of Maryland, and the University of Maryland systems, the University of Maryland medical systems, and so forth. All of those who fall under Maryland's procurement, those hub zone certified businesses would be able to pursue. And by the way, there's 400 certified hub zone businesses in Maryland right now. 80% are within Prince George's and Baltimore City. The other 20 are spread out through Western Maryland and Eastern Shore. So it gives those businesses who have been traditionally locked out an opportunity to hunt for new work all around the state of Maryland. And we'd like to bring this to the Maryland Public Service Commission, the PSC. Between the 33 regulated businesses, they spend close to $13 billion a year. This would open up opportunities for hub zones with them, but they operate under a whole different structure. But it would be great to take it to the Maryland Public Service Commission regulated businesses as well. This is a game changer.
Thank you. I think overall the program is definitely a good program, especially companies out my way that are involved in it. And you're offering an amendment, is that correct?
Yeah, the amendment now is to study, so we'll have more people that have the opportunity to be involved in that. That's was one of the questions, and they were like questioning, well, who else can be a part of this? So we thought we can make this a study and learn more about it also.
Well, I don't know who's going to be involved in the study, but hope you will involve some of these companies throughout the state who own these companies to have them input on it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I have Tony Jones also. Is Tony Jones here?
Don't know.
Okay. We'll move on to 706, Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a panel, if I can have them join me while I'm testifying.
Of course.
If they want to come on up. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker here, supporting Senate Bill 706, non-public educational programs. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, just to remind you of who these schools are and and the very valuable population that they serve. So if you remember last year, we presented legislation that provided a bonus to those educators who teach those with either learning differences or developmental disabilities in non-public schools. But let me be very clear. Although these are non-public schools, the children that they serve are publicly funded. So what does that mean? That means that your local school systems are unable to teach these children because of their differences, so they go to these non-public schools paid for by the school system. We are investing money to make sure that these children are educated in these non-public schools, yet we should be putting the same emphasis on those people that are teaching those children that are publicly funded. So this legislation in front of you starts to create parity with those invaluable educators who are teaching our public school students who are taught in these non-public schools. And I think predominantly there's overwhelming support for this bill. I believe that might be some opposition for some of your localities, and I just have to say, they're going to pay for it one way or the other. They're either going to pay for it if the kids are in their school and they're not able to learn, and we're going to have to provide them services, and you heard some of those services that we heard about in a previous bill, or they can make sure that these children are not less than, and they have the best staff possible, which they already do. We need to keep them. And then in the future, we need to attract more. This is about making sure that the tide lifts all boats, and this is one of the many things that we can do to make sure that our public school children who go to these non-public schools, because they have to, because the local school system cannot educate them. And there's only a select group of people who can teach them. Let's make sure they get what they're worth. And it doesn't just cost, it's just not about money. They're worth a lot already. But let's put our money where our mouth is. And with that, I'd ask for a favorable report on this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. Whatever order you want to go in, and just introduce yourselves as you go.
All right, well, I'll start. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for this time to speak about something that is so close to my heart. My name is Sue McClendon, and I have been serving the non-public special education community for 22 years in my role with Aero Center for Education Schools. And I also currently serve as the MANSEF Board President. MANSEF is an association of schools, such as Senator Zucker just described, with over 70 non-public schools, and we are serving almost 4,000 students across Maryland with the most vulnerable and specialized needs. Hiring for our schools has always been a challenge. The calling of teaching our kids is not for everyone, and that's okay. And there's always been a history of salary disparity. However, we have watched over the years the challenge of hiring qualified and amazing teachers like our kids deserve grow and grow. And it's come to a peak recently in the hiring crisis that our state and our nation face. It impacts our ability to serve the many students who need the type of setting that only a non-public school can provide, a setting that by special education law, they are legally granted to. They are legally granted to have the setting where they can have their needs met. You're going to hear from several teachers from our school setting, and I'm not going to steal their thunder about how amazing their dedication is to choose this teaching post where, at minimum, they are earning 23% less than their public school teacher counterparts with the same license and certification requirements. But I do need to say something about our students. Our students are the greatest gift in our profession. They are amazing and smart and talented. They are the ones that when they were in the public school setting, I can tell you the public school teachers drove home every night thinking about. Hopefully because they recognized their potential, but also because they knew that those students required their utmost of dedication and attention and effort. Now those students are in our setting and we are it. If we don't work out for them, the next most intensive setting separates them from their community and their family. So we have to be successful and we have to make it work. We have to have teachers that want to sign up with whole classrooms of students that we're the single ones that public school teachers set aside such a large part of their efforts for. To do that, we have to pay our teachers in a way that show their work is just as valuable, because that communicates the value of our students as well. I'm asking for support of this Senate bill, which creates a system of parity between non-public and public school teacher pay. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kate Bell, and I've been working at the Ivy Mount School, a school for children with disabilities, for 6 years. When I first started, I was in a group of 4 trainees, and within less than a year and a half, I was the only one left. This job is hard. There is no denying that. However, one thing that makes this job harder than it needs to be is the inequity of pay between non-public and public schools. We do everything that they do in the public schools, and we do it while working to manage behaviors that were deemed unmanageable in the public school setting. In addition, we complete nonstop training in order to make sure that our students receive the best possible education. And we work for 11 months out of the year in order to make sure that our students keep the gains that they have worked so hard to get. The fact that our salaries are lower is causing people to leave a field that is already struggling to begin with, and they are leaving in droves. Many of my colleagues work multiple jobs in order to make sure they can afford to keep working with these students. In addition, many of us are pursuing or maintaining certifications, and our monthly salary doesn't even cover a semester of community college. Also, due to the high price of living, many of us live outside of the districts that we work in. And as you can imagine, with the cost of inflation and the rising cost of gas, some employees are having to make a choice on what they can eat versus whether or not they have enough gas in their tank to make it to work. Over the course of the pandemic, the Maryland government has made it exceptionally clear that it cares for its students. And one part of caring for the students is caring for the teachers that the students love and have built relationships with. In order to best support our students, we also need to support our teachers. And one way to start this is with pay parity. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. My name is Matt Risto, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Senate Bill 706. I'm currently a teacher at Kennedy Krieger High School in Baltimore City, and have been a teacher for almost 20 years. Additionally, I am pursuing a Ph.D. in instructional leadership for changing populations at Notre Dame of Maryland. I've also taught for Baltimore County Public Schools in their general education and special education high school programs. I have taught AP-level science classes as well as inclusion and self-contained special education classes. Prior to returning to Kennedy Krieger High School, after working for 12 years in Baltimore County Public Schools, I also served as a behavioral interventionist for half a school year. So suffice it to say, I've seen and done many things in the educational arena. As a public school teacher, I was witness to the thousands upon thousands of students our public schools are well equipped to serve. However, I was also witness to the few students for whom non-public schools are the only sustainable option. The students in our non-public schools were not failed by the public school system, but rather they simply require a different model. A model in which the efforts of the educator are less diffuse but more concentrated, interventions are less global but more targeted, and educational programs are less communal and much more individualized. All of this is in response to IDEA and the glorious task of educating all children within our society. Such effort is commensurate with the effort put forth by public school teachers and mandated by the federal government. It then follows that our salaries be commensurate with not only our efforts, but with our public school colleagues who are also called to the same vocation. Calling our schools non-public is a misnomer. Simply because we are outside of the local school system does not mean our schools are severed from the ties of the LSS. Quite the opposite is true. Working with the population at my non-public high school places us under greater scrutiny, not less, thus making our job and our efforts align more precisely to the demands as laid out in each and every student's individualized education plan. Not only does this increase the diligence with which we serve our students, but also the quality of work and the level of responsibility we put forth. I support this bill because as one who has done many things in the field of education, I know that no effort is truly wasted when done with the good of the child in mind. Whether that effort happens to be in a public school or non-public school, it is the job of this body to recognize that all teachers deserve the right to equal pay for our efforts, regardless of our professional calling, to teach the most vulnerable among us. It is for this reason that I respectfully request your favorable report for Senate Bill 706. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Chip Most. I'm Vice President and Chief of Schools and Residential Treatment Centers at Shepherd Pratt. I have dedicated the entirety of my 29-year career to special education here in Maryland. As the largest provider of non-public special education in Maryland, Shepherd Pratt operates 12 special education schools in 6 counties, serves over 650 of the state's most vulnerable students, and employs over 900 staff, including 125 teachers. Let me be clear about the students we serve at Shepherd Pratt and across all of the non-public schools across Maryland. We educate the students that our public school counterparts are ill-equipped to manage. There is simply no reason that our teachers should be compensated 10 to 25% lower than their public school peers. We are losing teachers at an alarming rate to the public school system, 28% on average over the last 4 years. These teachers consistently express that they would prefer to stay, but the opportunity to make thousands of dollars more is too difficult to pass up. Due to the highly specialized nature of our work, it is imperative that teachers build strong, nurturing relationships with our students. This is accomplished through teacher tenure, not teacher turnover. There is a long-standing belief in the non-public special education community that we are considered a, quote, training ground for public schools. Our teachers gain invaluable instructional and behavior management experience only to be drawn away by the allure of a higher salary. As a leader in this field, I urge and implore you to come to the aid of our non-public teachers. Now is the time for action from this body. If we continue to lose teachers at this rate, the number of students we can serve will plummet, placing additional stress on an increasingly fragile public school system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Senator Jackson, you have a question for this panel?
Is the panel done? Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the bill, Senator Zucker. I have a question. I remember the long, painstaking development of the blueprint for Maryland's future. And I remember within that, so on the House side, within that blueprint, there were accommodations for our IEP students. Did I miss that we did not take care of those who taught those IEP students?
Well, they were, I think that's a broader conversation, Senator. First, let me start with the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. It got a lot right. And it really set up a framework for Maryland's educational future. But when it comes to special education, especially this group, totally different, because this group is those that have IEPs, those that either have learning differences or developmental disabilities, however you want to frame it, or learning differences, if however you want to frame it. And whether the Blueprint for Maryland's Future is there or not, the school system just does not have the resources or the training to educate the children. As a result, they pay the non-public school, they pay basically the tuition for their own public school students to attend these non-public schools because they can't educate them. So in answer to your question, this is not part of the Blueprints for Maryland's Future in terms of the non-public school piece.
The teacher portion of it.
Correct. It is not part of it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I have another group of folks, if I can bring them forward. Abby Brandt, Byron Francia, John Pica.
Good afternoon again. My name is Abby Brandt, and I am the principal of the Children's Guild School of Prince George's County, a non-public school in Chillum, Maryland. My organization has 2 other non-public schools in Baltimore City and in Baltimore County. The Children's Guild is also a member school of the Maryland Association of Non-Public Special Education Facilities, and we support the testimony of MANSEF and its member schools today. I'm going to speak to you on what I see as a principal and the challenges that I face. One of the biggest factors in our school that impact our student progress are the educators. Our instruction and the supplementary aids, the services, the modification is what makes our students have that success in school, helps them to progress, and ultimately our goal is to bring students back into the public school system where they had challenges, but they will be best served with their non-disabled peers. What we see is a difficulty. We have a national shortage of teachers, especially special education teachers. Additionally, we know that we are not as well known as the public school systems. So when we have teachers getting paid less than the public school systems, we will lose them to the public school system. This year alone, I have lost 9 teachers to the school systems, 5 of which were after the start of the school year. And that is because they can pay them at a higher rate. Additionally, they can transfer over into the public school system without risk of having any voiding of their credentials. At the non-public schools, we cannot compete with not only their rates, but their benefits that they offer our teachers. By not increasing the funding so that we can increase teacher pay, we are losing out on these resources that are vital for the students, and they are at the center of everything. We do have students that are extremely special, have very unique needs, and we need the most highly qualified educators to be able to accommodate them with their cognitive as well as their behavioral disorders that come out in education. Many of our teachers not only need to be qualified in the instructional services that they are giving, but many of our teachers have to be part of our crisis management teams, so that when students have behaviors because they have sensory issues or they're frustrated and they may become physically aggressive, these teachers are on that front line, being there, being the champions, being that support that they need. I urge you to support Senate Bill 706 to ensure that our teachers and the non-public schools get the funding they deserve.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Brian Fracchia. I am the Education Director, the principal for the Woodburn School. The Woodburn School serves students with significant emotional disabilities. These are students who have undergone horrific trauma, oftentimes repeatedly. So they are coming from situations that situations that many of us can't imagine, or many of us would never want to imagine anyone that we know or love in. These students come to us with a significant level of need. So our educators are there to provide special education services, clinical services, as my colleague was saying, crisis management, a full gamut of therapeutic support, so that we can help that student to regain their composure, to be able to build the supports that they need so that they can rejoin their public school. We are a 12-month program. Our students need those education, those services throughout the year. But right down the road, 2 miles down the road, they can make significantly more money working for Baltimore City Schools and only working 10 months a year. Consequently, we are losing staff. When we started this year, we're a full middle school and high school, and we started this year with 5 teachers. In January, we lost 3 teachers in the middle of the year to the public school system. We're a very small school, so when we lost our PE teacher, we lost our ability to teach PE. It's taken us 4 months to replace our biology teacher. And these were people that were invested in our students, but they don't have the ability to live off of what they're able to make in the public, make with us in regard to what they can make in the public school system. I think in a previous bill, we discussed the $24 an hour that Target is going to be paying. We hire our teachers at less than that. So we're asking our teachers who are working with our highest security, our most needed students, to work for less money than they can make at Target. At this point, In hiring teachers, we're looking at hiring people who do not have educational experience, and we're teaching them how to be teachers at the same point that we're putting them in the classroom. So what we're asking for is just parity, just to be able to provide the same opportunities and the same level of educational expertise that the students in the public schools are receiving. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chairman, John Pica, on behalf of the Woodburn Center and Children's Guild, I would like to thank Senator Zucker, if I could use his name, for his advocacy and leadership on this issue. Back in 2020, we approached the committee and asked for language in the budget to study the disparities between the teachers from non-public schools, kids with special needs, and public schools. And it reflected exactly what we knew it would. It showed the disproportionate differences in those salaries. Then in 2021, this committee found $3.6 million to provide to supplement salaries in the last fiscal year. And then you passed legislation of 4% and 2% increases last session. This bill would codify what is the gap. It would narrow that gap and close that gap between the teachers in schools. Quite frankly, I think you could rightfully argue that these schools are doing a favor to the public school system because the public schools can't teach these kids and adolescents. They don't have the, it's either whether it's for liability issues or whether it's equipment or whether it's training. The teachers that teach these kids have a special training. And right now, without equal salaries, you're losing staff. It hurts retention of teachers, and it interrupts the continuity of education for these kids. So for that reason, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay. I'm sorry. Senator Young.
Are all your students referred from public high schools?
So for our program, we service kids ages 5 to 21, and yes, all of them must come through the public school system.
Okay. And you might have said this before, but how much is the state or county subsidizing? Is it just a lump sum amount or so much per teacher? It's split between the parents and the, who's paying what?
Kim? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, thank you for the question. The parents aren't paying anything because the school system failed to educate their children, so it's a split between the state and the county.
State and the county?
Yeah.
Okay. You're in essence a public school, but you're not.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Oh, Senator Jackson. How did I miss that? Sorry.
No problem. I just need to clarify one thing. So I agree with the assertion by my colleague from Frederick County that you're teaching public school students, yet your teachers are private school teachers. So do I have that right, or?
So there are,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, they're non-public, so we are not private.
Well, non-public. Gotcha.
There's just a distinction there because the
No,
students
I
are
got
publicly
you.
funded,
I got
and we
you.
have to work in concert with all of the local counties' regulations.
Got you.
And I was going to say, private schools have the option to, because if they don't receive public funding, they can have whoever they want teaching. We still have to not only follow the regulations of MSDE, but every sending school system. So we have right now 3 different school systems that send us students. We have to follow any regulations that they want us to follow
No,
as well.
Let me apologize for my terminology. Faux pas. I didn't mean to say that. What I'm trying to say is, if you're teaching public school students, why isn't the public school paying for the teachers who are teaching the students?
That's interesting. That it would be like the charter school model. Sometimes they're not public school employees, unfortunately. So that's another challenge is not only are we having to fund for it, but they don't get access into like the state pension or anything like that. So they also have limited benefits as well.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No more questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Kevin Canali? Not here. All right, I believe that concludes the hearing on that bill. Move on to Senator Kagan. $683. Bring up anybody you want to at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's get Henry here. Robin here. Henry next to me. Robin. Okay. Oh, Henry. Got it. Perfect.
In case she needs to swap.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, for the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. Many in this room or watching online probably remember our late Appropriations Committee Chair, Pete Rawlings. And Pete used to sort of have a mantra that the items before us should be fiscally prudent and socially responsible. And today I'm bringing you a bill that is both in spades. Senate Bill 683 is providing for renewable energy for nonprofit organizations. It sets up a revolving loan fund to allow, hopefully, our more modest-sized, mid-sized nonprofit organizations to get access to loan money so that they can install solar roofs or geothermal. It is both good for the nonprofit, it's good for the community, it's good for our climate goals, and it makes total fiscal sense. So last year I was talking to Congressman Jamie Raskin about this, and he loved it. He talked to several of his congressional colleagues, and 4 pages in the federal infrastructure plan that passed created 2 new programs that mirror this. One was for our schools, and one was for nonprofits. But the reality is that in a federal bill, a national bill, $50 million gets us, the average nonprofit here, like $20. So we are hoping that we're going to be able to move forward with this bill. So if you think about the size of an average home, it's about 2,300 square feet. And it'll only cost about $12,000 to $14,000 to install solar panels. Once you get larger, you're looking at more like $500,000 plus or minus to do the work that will enable them to reduce their electricity bills, reduce their carbon footprint, and finally move forward. Now, why is it that these nonprofits couldn't just do this themselves? Why do we need this fund? Well, there is federal funding, there is state funding that entices homeowners and businesses to go solar or to go green, but those are tax credits. And for a nonprofit that may not pay taxes, that money is not available. And so by creating this opportunity, this fund, we are going to make cash flow available. The other thing is that our nonprofits don't generally have gobs of money sitting around. They're investing it into their mission, into the work that they do, into the communities that they serve. This bill would require the nonprofits to put up a good faith effort, and my suggestion is 10%, and obviously it's for the committee to decide. But if they show up with 10%, that's a good faith, we care about this. But then the fund run by MEA, and they are, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, they tried submitting their testimony and either it went in for the wrong bill number or something, but they do have testimony. and they are happy to be partners with us on this. But MEA will help select the nonprofits that are ready to go, that are of modest size. And when we're thinking about this, we're thinking about group homes for people with disabilities, a battered women's shelter, a homeless shelter, a food pantry. We are not thinking of community colleges or hospitals or something. And so we were looking at something potentially with an annual budget of $1 million or less, but again, MEA would come up with the parameters. We also want to have geographic diversity, mission diversity, size diversity, and many other aspects that they're going to work on. So one of the things that some people do now is they enter a power purchase agreement. And the problem with a power purchase agreement for nonprofits is that then some other entity, a for-profit company, owns your roof of your building, of your theater, of your homeless shelter. And that's not what we want for our nonprofits. We want them to continue to have a presence in our community and continue to serve while going green. There are, in terms of fiscal note, we are suggesting $5 million for each of 3 years. We also specifically put in, and again, it will be a revolving loan fund that the nonprofits would repay with the reduced energy bills that they would be experiencing each month. If there was not the demand, it would be up to us, up to this body, to reduce the amount or eliminate the program if the demand isn't there. We think that that nonprofits are going to be excited about it. And I will tell you that I have a nonprofit advisory group, and at last summer's hearing, we asked, if money were available, how many of you would put on solar roofs, or how many of you would go geothermal? Every hand in the room. They were so excited because it's their way of making a difference on climate while continuing to serve the community and serving their mission. Just a couple more things, if I could. I do have testimony from Congressman Raskin, who is sadly at home with COVID right now. And so to the degree that we can share this, it came in a little later than ideal, but we can give that to staff. But again, I think this is a way of serving our nonprofit sector, serving our community, making a difference on climate change. And our nonprofits represent about 13% of our workforce. And yet, as you've heard me say before, too often overlooked and too often we don't serve them. This is a great win-win-win that is fiscally responsible and fiscally conservative and socially responsible. So with that, Mr. Chair, look forward to welcoming my witnesses and go from there. Thank you so much. Robin Clark is going to lead us off, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sponsor, for this legislation. It's wonderful to be here in person and great to see the members of the committee. Atmospheric deposition out of the air of nitrogen is one of the highest inputs of nitrogen pollution into the bay. It's a major issue. It feeds algal blooms, it deprives grasses of sunlight, it sucks up oxygen that could be used by other species, and a principal source of that nitrogen in the air is machines that are burning oil, coal, gas, like building heating. So in a small way, this bill begins to chip away at what we need to do to reduce those emissions. It creates an interest-free revolving loan, the Renewable Energy for Nonprofit Organizations Loan Program, housed within MEA. And it would fund nonprofits that are interested in investing in solar or geothermal for their building energy needs. Now, in order to qualify for the program, there are really reasonable considerations here. The nonprofit themselves must put forward 10% of the cost with its submission of its application. And then the loan that they receive would be repaid on a regular basis through savings on electricity bills. It's a wonderfully conceived of system. The bill would become effective in 2023. That allows the Maryland Energy Administration to design the program, the application process, open things. And then MEA in their guidelines, in the uncodified portion at the end of the bill, you see MEA would have a range of different considerations for the applications, including does the nonprofit own the building or rent? What's the property size? What energy profile? would be at that property. How are we distributing these loan funds considering geographic diversity, ethnic and racial diversity, economic diversity, and the mission of these different nonprofits? Finally, I would say this, just as the sponsor described, this is an opportunity for nonprofits who are vital to so many causes and services statewide to reduce their energy bills and to reduce their carbon footprint. But I think it's also an opportunity for nonprofits to serve as an example to those members that they have, to their community, and even to the private sector as to what can be done. At CVF here in Annapolis, we have the Philip Merrill Center, the very first LEED Platinum building in the world, and it does, in a small part, serve as that example too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Henry Bogdan, representing the Maryland Association of Nonprofit Organizations. We currently, actually, my testimony has a misstatement there. We now are over 1,400 member organizations across the state. We're here to support Senate Bill 683. I know the President spoke last night about the importance of moving the economy to fight climate change. We have the federal incentive, unfortunately, as the Senator said here, the nonprofit portion of that bill is basically a pilot. And Maryland's share of the money probably is going to be something around $1 million or possibly less. So it's a great idea, but that is not going to solve our problem. Nonprofits, like every other small business, have the will, but they don't have the incentives that are already available in the federal tax code for private homeowners and for other businesses, simply because of the nature of their operations. They don't pay federal tax. This bill offers you a solution with a revolving fund, basically a one-time set of investments that, as the Senator said, we'll have a chance to look at to see if demand is there, and let organizations make these investments in their properties. It pays off in several ways, but it's important to, as was said, nonprofits don't typically have, even mid-sized organizations, substantial financial reserves. We did a survey at the beginning of the pandemic, and at that time, over 60% of nonprofit organizations who responded, and there was 700 respondents to this, had less than 90 days cash reserve. I mean, that's a basic good business minimal amount. 30% had less than 30 days in reserves. So they don't have the cash up front to put these improvements in. The payback is, of course, one, you get the benefit of moving forward on our clean energy goals. These nonprofits now can operate more efficiently in the long run in their public missions, in serving the public, whether that's social services, whether that's health care, whether that's arts or culture. And finally, when a nonprofit invests in its property, that property becomes a public asset. That belongs and has to be remaining in public service in some form, in perpetuity. So we ask for a favorable report.
Excuse me, thank you. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of this committee, good afternoon. I am Rabbi Stephen Wiseman. I have the privilege of serving as the spiritual leader of Temple Solel, a 200-plus family Jewish congregation in Bowie, Maryland. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today in favor of Senate Bill 683, in addition to the written testimony that our congregational leaders have already provided to this committee. And I call your attention to that written testimony so that I can tell our story more fully today. Over a decade ago, my wife and I were delivering our oldest child to her freshman year at a college in New Jersey. On the way onto campus, we drove past a Presbyterian church with 2 full rows of solar panels in their yard. We looked at each other and said, why can't we do that? We have the property. What a great use for it. When I came back and asked my board the same question, They started to do the investigation and found exactly what Senator Kagan and others have already shared with you. There were some programs available that defined us out as a nonprofit for small businesses. There were others that provided tax credits that do us no good. Our budget is such that we don't have the upfront money. We would have had to otherwise go into a second mortgage to even consider this, and as committed as we are to reducing our carbon footprint, that was never going to fly in our fiscally prudent congregation. And it was not just Temple Solel feeling frustrated at every turn and trying to lead and be the moral exemplars on environmental issues. My fellow clergy members in Bowie, many of their lay leaders as well, shared their similar frustrations. And although I do not officially represent them today, I can guarantee you that there is support from almost every one of them with whom I've worked over the last dozen years on this issue. And so we've made the small changes in-house that we can make. But that's not walking the talk that I, as rabbi, and my fellow clergy are putting out there to our communities, that our ministries and my social action committee are encouraging our members to do. So not only do you get all of those public benefits, but in addition, you get exemplars and partners from the faith community to encourage others to go solar. And that's one of the hidden benefits that I'm here to talk about, and that's part of why I would ask you to report this out favorably as well. Thank you.
Jamie DeMarco. I am the Federal Policy Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. The clock has not started. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But solar energy is now the cheapest energy available. When utilities put out requests for proposals for new energy, the cheapest bids, even in this region, is solar energy. That is an incredible feat that we should all take a moment to be grateful for, and that this legislative body made possible through 20 years of investment and early development. So thank you for that leadership. The biggest barrier to deployment of solar energy right now is not cost. It's the cheapest. It's space. There is a shrinking number of places to put this stuff, and an increasing number of forces trying to keep it from being placed. If you are telling nonprofit, and nonprofit roofs are a beautiful place where I think everyone agrees we want solar panels. But if you're telling nonprofits you have to have the upfront money in order to put solar on your roof, you're telling nonprofits you cannot have solar. As a previous person stated, we don't benefit from tax credits because we don't pay taxes. We would benefit from having the upfront cost paid for and then paying it back to the state. This is a win-win policy, matching nonprofits which have the desire and the roof space and the annual funds with the state which has the capital funds and lacks the places to put solar. So I think this is a win-win. I have worked at a nonprofit that renovated its building to be LEED certified and didn't put solar panels on top because it was just too much upfront cost. I've also helped found a nonprofit where we were never more than 3 months out from running out of money. We were constantly fundraising. The idea that we would spring an extra $100,000 to put solar on the roofs was just inconceivable. Nonprofits don't have a lot of profit. So I think this is a critical piece of legislation to deploy the cheapest energy that we have, which is solar energy. And I urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mike Hunninghake. I work at the University of Maryland's Environmental Finance Center, and I'm the director of the Sustainable Maryland program there, which assists communities across the state with their sustainability projects and planning. The benefits of 683 are uniformly positive, allowing nonprofit organizations to switch to renewable energy, which many of them would not otherwise do without that sort of assistance. The carbon reduction and financial benefits are pretty clear. However, I guess I would like to stress the sort of additional benefits that this bill would bring about. In my 10 years of traversing the state of Maryland and working to provide technical assistance to communities and organizations, it's become clear to me that the installation of solar panels and similar renewable energy projects goes far beyond the specific financial savings that accrue to the organization or community and the carbon reductions that are a result. It's more the knock-on effects that I think are significant. Once these communities have this sort of infrastructure, it essentially becomes a self-reinforcing reminder of their ability to achieve and their commitment to continue to achieve the greening of their organizations and their communities, right? These projects also provide a very public beacon of inspiration, if you will, for the communities and residents that these organizations serve, which can lead to more projects and more ambitious planning by similar organizations. All of this kind of creates a cumulative effect of normalizing renewable energy and instilling an ethos of sustainability within these organizations and the communities that they serve, which serves to have a very ground-up effect of creating a more sustainable Maryland in the future. So I think 683 would be yet another important tool in the state's climate toolbox by empowering nonprofits to do their part for a lower carbon future for the state of Maryland. Thank you for your time. I would urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Questions for the panel? Senator Young.
Yeah, I had a bill in 10 years ago that went farther than this, but didn't go anywhere. And I don't have a problem with supporting this. But have you actually looked into the private companies? I don't think they own your roof, but they do own the paneling up there. But the one advantage of that is you don't have to worry about maintenance or anything like that. If they can put enough panels up there to make money, because they're going to sell some of it elsewhere, they'll do it at no cost. But have you considered looking at that?
We actually spent a lot of time talking to a lot of possible stakeholders, and I'm going to toss it to one of the experts here. But let me just say, nothing in this bill would preclude nonprofits from doing that if that was their preference. This would make it add an option so they didn't have to worry about cash flow and coming up with thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in order to do it themselves on their own roof. Who's got the expertise?
You don't have to do that with these companies. They put it all up front.
Correct. But then they don't realize the same level of savings and have the ability to repay the loan in the way that it does if they do it themselves through a loan like this, through Reno. Do you guys want to?
Yeah, I think there's just also some overhead in PPAs. I mean, the company wants to not only break even, but make a profit. And what's great about this is I believe it'd be zero interest loans. So the state is providing the service of the upfront capital to sort of reduce that overhead and reduce costs, both for the nonprofit and all rate utility customers as well. I think would be the one benefit I can think of.
Well, I could support this, but I would look at that a little closer because they put it up there, and if they can put enough up to make a profit, it doesn't cost anything to have it there, and they maintain everything. You don't have to worry about anything going wrong. They take care of it. I think in some I've seen, they even take care of roof repairs if they're needed. So I think that's worth looking into, but this is still a good idea too.
Thank you, Senator Young.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I think that's it for this bill. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Senator Gallion, 679.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Good afternoon. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion here on behalf of the Cecil County Senators to introduce Senate Bill 679, Fair Hill Improvement Fund. I first would like to thank this committee for the support you've provided this project and event in the past. And this bill, it does three main things. First, it requires future administrations to include $1.8 million going forward in future budgets for the DNR Fair Hill Improvement Fund. Second, when racing takes place on the new track at Fair Hill and pari-mutuel betting happens, the bill clarifies that the funds go to the Fair Hill Improvement Fund that is housed in the Department of Natural Resources, and the funds are to be used specifically for the Fair Hill Special Event Zone. And finally, it provides a framework for DNR to use the Fair Hill Improvement Fund money as a grant to an operator should they decide they want to engage an outside operator to run and manage Fair Hill events such as racing and the 5-Star. Fair Hill is an amazing asset to the state of Maryland. Last October, Fair Hill hosted the Maryland 5-Star. That's one of only 2 5-Star events in the United States and the 7th worldwide. The prestigious 5-Star designation is the pinnacle of the sport of eventing, best described as an equestrian triathlon. I also had the opportunity to get there a couple of days, take my young daughters, and it was quite an event. It was really a showcase for Cecil County and the state of Maryland. The Maryland 5-Star at Fair Hill marks a new chapter for the state of Maryland's rich horse and equestrian tradition. The event showcases 4 days of competition in dressage, cross-country, and show jumping. Fair Hill is hoping to be able to host racing on the new track sometime this year. Once again, thank you for your past support of this project, and I respectfully ask for a favorable report on SB 269.
Thank you. You have Mr. Johansson as part of your...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's good to see you. I'm Mike Johansson on behalf of the Fair Hill Foundation. The Fair Hill Foundation has the rights to the racing days at Fair Hill. These days are granted under the statute by the Maryland Racing Commission, and we fully support the measure. The one thing this bill does is take care of a technical issue, which says, as part of last year's bill that you passed, there's a standard takeout, and those funds are shared with the state of Maryland because they own the property. This bill specifically says that those funds go to the state of Maryland, but they get credited to the Fair Hill Improvement Fund, which then would mean they could only be used on the Fair Hill Improvement Zone property, not other areas of DNR. So that's just kind of a technical clarification. Secondly, this committee, I think, did some good work and encouraged the governor to fund the Fair Hill expenses in last year's supplemental budget, as well as a $500,000 kickstart to the 5-Star International event. This bill simply says in future years the governor should maintain that commitment. It's also funded in this year's budget, but this is FY24. And lastly, I think one of the challenges for Fair Hill is we have a very now classic worldwide event with the 5-Star event. We're going to add some turf racing, but there probably needs to be a coordinating entity that eventually could kind of manage the property, entertain more events, and kind of activate the facility so that it really gets the use. The state put more than $20 million into this property, and it definitely should get used more than it has been lately. So the bill simply says that DNR could enter into some type of operating agreement with either another state agency, a local government, or a nonprofit, and they could use the funds dedicated to this piece of the DNR budget called the Fair Hill Improvement Fund as part of that agreement with an operator. Doesn't mandate it, it simply gives them the ability to have those further discussions. So we would encourage you to support the bill.
Very good. Questions? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Senator, that concludes the hearing on that bill, and up next is
Senate Bill 693, exactly. Yes, exactly. Well, Senator West's appearance here is a dramatic event, so we wanted to have the appropriate welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Could I bring my panel up?
Oh, please do. We do not have separate music for them, I apologize.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon to present Senate Bill 693. this deals with manufacturing, and it sort of comes out of the manufacturing work group that was formed last year to try to figure out how we're going to take manufacturing in Maryland into the next generation, into the digital era. And so we've been working all summer long, about every third or fourth week. And so the real report of the commission is not due for another year, but we decided we'd come this year and have a couple of bills which are important to the state's manufacturing, and this is one of them. So as you probably know, manufacturing is one of the most profound drivers of economic growth in the state of Maryland. Regardless of the product, manufacturers rely on fixed assets like equipment to maintain their operations. The current tax law on depreciation of those assets is especially burdensome on Maryland manufacturers compared to manufacturers in other states. Senate 179 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code allows manufacturers to take an immediate federal tax deduction for business expenses related to depreciable assets, such as equipment that manufacturers use for production. So, under the federal code, if a manufacturer were to buy a $1 million piece of equipment, it could depreciate that in the first year, the year of its acquisition, rather than having to term out the depreciation over a number of years. This gives a great incentive to manufacturers to buy equipment. In Maryland, the state only allows manufacturers to deduct up to $25,000 a year. We are effectively decoupled from the federal system. This bill aligns Maryland's equipment depreciation schedule with the federal depreciation schedule, allowing deductions up to $1,050,000 a year, so manufacturers can reinvest those funds faster to stay competitive and meet the demands of fast-evolving manufacturing industries. This bill empowers Maryland manufacturers, making the state more competitive and more prosperous, as well as creating more jobs for our residents, who then will pay taxes. So that's the end of my prepared testimony, but what I have learned as we prepared for today's hearing is there appears to have been a problem in the drafting of the bill. And it came to light when I took a look at the fiscal note, which suggests that this bill is going to cost $30 million a year. And I thought, how in the world can allowing Maryland manufacturers to depreciate the new equipment they buy in year one instead of terming it over 5 years? How can that cost the state $30 million a year? And the answer, it turns out, is inadvertently, I think, DLS has drafted this bill to not only apply to manufacturers, but to apply to all Maryland businesses, not just the manufacturers, but everybody else as well. And that's why the fiscal note looks so high. So I hope the committee likes the idea of allowing Maryland manufacturers to depreciate their assets, their purchases of equipment in year one, as opposed to making them term it out. In other words, recoupling Maryland with the federal depreciation schedule. But I would like, if the committee would allow me this, the opportunity to get someone from the State Controller's office, someone from the Attorney General's office, as well as the advocates for this bill together in my office, and to sit there to figure out exactly what the story is so that we can have the necessary amendments prepared, if necessary, to change this bill in a way which would greatly reduce the fiscal note. So I hope you like the concept of the bill. I hope you'll delay voting on it for a couple of weeks, 2 weeks perhaps, while I get people together and figure out exactly what happened in the drafting process. And then I will send, I guess, correspondence to everybody on the committee, letting you know what we've come up with, and hopefully attaching a proposed amendment. Thank you.
Members of the Budget and Tax Committee, my name is Tyler Bennett here on behalf of the Printing and Graphics Association Mid-Atlantic. It's great to be back here at this table in person. I want to thank Senator West for putting this bill in, and we've had some conversations, and I think his approach to kind of gather some more information on this issue is appropriate. Allow me to shed a little bit of context on where this came from. So you may recall the More Jobs for Marylanders Act back in 2017 included a provision that would essentially recouple 179 just for manufacturers. Now I think, and that would have occurred or was due to occur beginning in tax year 2019. I think that there's been a disconnect amongst the industry in terms of the manufacturers that are eligible. We have heard anecdotally, at least from our members, that they've been advised by tax professionals that they are not eligible to take this increased depreciation deduction. Their accounting software doesn't allow for them to do this. I have made some initial contacts with the comptroller's office that indeed confirms that that's not necessarily accurate. So I think that the problem may not necessarily be with the way that the statute is written. It may have just been a communications issue. And like I said, I do agree with the sponsor's approach to kind of convene a side group with the regulators to determine exactly what exactly the requirements that are already in current law. And I think you know, you do have some written testimony from at least one of our members that illustrates really the benefits of this policy in general. And I think that's pretty much it. I can see back my time, and I think Mike is going to add a little bit of color to that as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Mike Galeazzo. I'm the president of an organization called the Regional Manufacturing Institute of Maryland. We've been around for 32 years promoting manufacturing for one reason. Manufacturing is good for people. It gives people decent jobs, and it helps our economy, and it grows communities. We're in a very interesting time, but let me just cut it short by saying I support what's, first of all, I want to thank Senator West. Not only was he sponsoring this bill, but the legislative work group, which Regional Manufacturing Institute wanted to see created, was sponsored by Senator West and Delegate Lily Shee. That's a huge step for Maryland to have the kinds of professionals looking at the challenges of manufacturing in the era 4.0. So as it relates to this bill, I agree with what Senator West just presented, but I also just want to underscore we're in a different era. The manufacturers, as in all industries, in order to maintain competitiveness during the fourth industrial revolution, they're going to have to change out equipment more frequently, just like you have to do that with your computer applications, just like you have to do that with your cell phone. So what this accelerated depreciation will do will allow them to benefit given the new context that we're in. So, and you'll be hearing more about that from the committee. It's different times, different solutions are going to be needed, but for today, I'm going to cut it short and say I support what's been said to date. And Chris, thank you for that. Excuse me, Senator West, thank you for agreeing to pull all those folks together. You know, it's interesting. I heard earlier there was another committee that was speaking, and there was an issue, and the guy said, oh, there is some clarification on this. So I think we're finding for this bill, this is something we need some clarification. All manufacturers need to understand that this bill will give to them something that will let them to be more competitive. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsor or the panel? Senator Young.
Yeah. Well, not all. There's one industry that doesn't get any tax credit at all, but I've been trying to correct that. When you pull this group together, you're going to get a new note on the cost?
Yes, I sure hope so. That would be the intent.
Okay. So you're going to include somebody from DLS as part of the group, or just?
You know, that's a good idea. I'll see if I can get the person, I hadn't thought of that, but I'll see if I can't get the person who wrote the fiscal note to attend the meeting.
That
makes sense.
Yeah.
Give you a better chance of getting a good note.
Yeah, great.
Right, thanks.
Any additional questions for the sponsor or the panel? Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we have one additional witness signed up for the bill. That is Christine Crone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Senate Budget and Tax Committee. I am Christine Crone here on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council in support of Senate Bill 693. I will be very brief as I agree with the proponents that went before me. Passage of Senate Bill 693 will benefit the business community by allowing federal provisions to flow through to the calculation of Maryland income taxes, which will decrease tax burdens on these businesses. The bill will incentivize companies to invest in new equipment and innovation. The legislation will also make us more competitive in the region as Virginia currently conforms to Section 179. The Maryland Tech Council supports this bill as it fosters long-term economic growth, levels the playing field with other states, enables business owners to reinvest in their businesses, and will help create more quality jobs in Maryland. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report.
I don't think, any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 693. Colleagues will turn to Senate Bill 622. Senator Quarterman. Income tax credit for travel, hospitality, and entertainment.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. For the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2 of Washington County. Thank you today for hearing Senate Bill 622, Income Tax Credit for Travel, Hospitality, and Entertainment. This legislation will allow individuals to claim a tax credit against the state income tax during the years of 2022 and 2023 for certain expenses related to travel, hospitality, and entertainment. Annually, individuals may claim up to 500 hours for married couples, and that, well, excuse me, 500 hours, married couples $1,000, and 100 hours for each dependent child. Additionally, the Department of Commerce may not issue credit certificates that would exceed $3.2 million in any taxable year of 22 or 23. This is a collaborative effort across the state of Maryland. This will encourage Maryland residents to travel throughout Maryland in areas all across the state, whether it's a staycation, whether it's to visit the mountains of western Maryland or the coastal areas of the eastern shore. This will keep Maryland money in Maryland while at the same time saving and supporting Maryland tourism, jobs that are really the backbone of a lot of our communities. Additionally, when you multiply the effect of additional expenditures of money that will be spent and the revenues generated from those expenses in our tourist-related areas, this will have a tremendous and overall positive impact on our statewide revenues. Tourism is a valuable industry for our state and our local businesses and should be encouraged. This legislation will provide increased incentives for every citizen of Maryland to travel and enjoy the many attractions that our state has to offer. And with that, members, I would ask you, thank you for your consideration and ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 622. I have from our local Visitors Bureau, Dan Spedden, as my panel. I don't know if he got signed up correctly or not, if he's on there. I do apologize, I was looking at that right before I came up, but Madam Chair, if you allow Mr. Spedden to speak, it would be very much appreciated.
Sure. Can you spell your last name for me, just so I have it for the record?
Sure, it's S-P-E-D-D-E-N.
Thank you. You can proceed.
I'm the president of the Hagerstown, Washington County Convention and Visitors Bureau. We're the official destination marketing organization for Hagerstown and all of Washington County. In Washington County, 5,280 people are employed in tourism. That's 7.9% of the workforce. It's about a $270 million annual business. Reintroducing Marylanders to Maryland attractions is a great way to help tourism break out of the funk it got into with the COVID. Our industry has been hit very hard, and we're looking for anything we can do to energize it. If we can bring people out of the metro area for a mountain vacation in western Maryland rather than going to the Adirondacks, I think that's a great idea. If we want to bring people to a beach vacation on the eastern shore rather than going to Myrtle Beach or some other place in the Carolinas, I think that's a great idea as well. My family would definitely take advantage of it. In the tourism industry, sometimes we identify this trend. When you get a customer, you keep them for a long, long time. We'll go to a bus trade show with an itinerary, and they'll book a bus trip, and then 10 years later, that bus trip is still coming every year. People tend to get habitual in their habits with their vacations. So winning them back is a major goal of this, and providing that incentive is something that we really want to market to Marylanders to stay and vacation here in Maryland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Young has a question.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you can do to earn this and that limited amount of dollars. I mean, a couple million people a year go to Ocean City. You say the $3.5 million limit, they'd either get $1 or 50 cents a piece, or somebody'd use it up in the first month or two. And you said staycations. I could stay at home and go visit sites around and still take a credit?
Well, I think that the purpose behind this is to provide an incentive, especially for folks that maybe otherwise may not have gone on those vacations, things of that nature. As far as the overall expenditure, hey, look, if we would like to entertain to raise the cap, by all means, we're definitely would entertain that. I know that when the bill was presented in the past, it had a much higher cap, so to speak, and the feedback that was given from this committee was, kind of shrink that cap to a certain extent. So that's what we've done. But in regards to as far as who all could apply for it, again, it's to help provide that for folks that maybe on the fence. Maybe they're thinking about it, as Mr. Spedden said. Maybe they're going to go to North Carolina, thinking about their weighing against that, at least insured. But this is an added incentive to stay in Maryland.
But I guess my question is, how do you determine that? How many people in Maryland go to Ocean City every year for a vacation? That would wipe out this fund 20 times over. I mean, they might be going down to their own house.
Well, it wouldn't be for someone to go to their own house, but
why not?
Why not? Because if you own your own house, that wouldn't be obviously a tourism-related industry.
They're still traveling and they're still going down
Sure.
and spending money.
Sure. No, I understand what you're saying, but that obviously wouldn't be eligible. Back to the point as far as, again, why, but is that, again, it's to try to incentivize for people that may otherwise not have done that. Again, is there going to be an unlimited, funds? No, that's why there's the cap. And again, it would be on pretty much a first come, first served basis, so to speak. So, yeah, could it be used up rather quickly? That would be the hope, because that would be a lot of people have, used that incentive, which may otherwise not have.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is, how do you differentiate? Because there are way more people than that money would fund that are doing it anyhow. So
yeah, so the folks that are doing it anyhow, that's not the target audience. The target audience is the folks that are on the fence.
But how do you differentiate that?
They would apply for it.
I know, but I go to Ocean City and I say, well, I was thinking about going to New York, but I went to Ocean City, so I want to apply for it.
Sure.
So everybody that goes to Ocean City could do that.
I mean, theoretically, but you also went to Ocean City as opposed to New York, and depending on when you applied to it and what resources were still available would determine if your eligibility or not.
I mean, I can tell you, we have, I don't know the number, in excess of 1 million people that come up to Frederick from around the state to events.
Senator Young, maybe we can have a conversation with the sponsor offline about the logistics of implementation.
I mean, okay, I just don't think.
Understood. Senator Edwards.
Well, if you look in the bill, one of the comments the senator made was, you live next door or whatever. It says in the bill you have to live at least 50 miles from the principal residence of the individual, where the final destination has to be 50 miles. So that might help out some of. Well, not everybody, probably the majority, but not everybody.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Senator Salling.
He kind of hit what I said a little bit there. But this is, to me, looking at this, is saying that a person, you want to entertain it where people will not go to another state, but will stay in state and will entertain themselves and their family in state, and they could benefit off of that. And at the same time, the business can do the same thing.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions for the sponsor or the first panel. We do have witnesses signed up. Looks like several witnesses from Maryland Tourism Coalition. I have Ruth Toomey, John Stefancic, sorry if I messed that up, Frank Boston, if you all want to head this way, and then we'll have Kyle Tilden on deck.
members.
Okay, good afternoon. You can proceed.
Okay. Been sitting out in the lobby for a few hours here. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear us today. Thank you to Senator Quarterman for sponsoring this bill, and thank you to all of you who are sitting in this room who have also sponsored this bill. It's good to be here today. It's not always fun to be in this seat, but I love tourism, and I'm happy to be talking about it today. I am Ruth Toomey, the Executive Director for the Maryland Tourism Coalition. We are the statewide trade association that represents all sectors of the tourism industry, from restaurants, hotels, attractions, wineries, breweries, distilleries, campgrounds, partner associations, and the vendors who service our industry and more. This bill would not only benefit our members of MTC, but all the businesses of the Maryland tourism industry and Maryland's economy. Many of you will say tourism is back. Tourism is not back. Tourism supports jobs for Marylanders and generates state and local taxes. Prior to COVID, tourism was Maryland's 10th largest industry. Visitors spent $18.1 billion. There was 150,000 direct tourism jobs, and the tax revenue to the state and local was $2.5 billion. Each household would need to pay an additional $1,170 to replace the taxes that the tax revenue generates from tourism. For FY21, the numbers are much different. Total visitor spending is $11.6 billion. There's 104,000 direct tourism jobs and only $1.7 billion in that tax revenue. Household savings is now just $775. Again, tourism is not back. Maryland has so much to offer to our residents that many do not even know the many hidden gems across our state. This bill will encourage Marylanders to get out and see these places. 95% of all tourism businesses are small businesses. While there have been many businesses closing over the last 2 years, there are also new businesses opening. I see I'm running out of time. You have my testimony, but there's lots of great places and gems in the state of Maryland that you should see. The tax credit also applies to live entertainment and sporting events. Let's think bigger picture than just Merriweather and a Ravens game. Let's think Toby's Dinner Theater at Maryland Hall, or taking in a minor league baseball game. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead. So lastly, without this tax credit, skiers will head to Vermont, beachgoers will head south, wine drinkers will head to Virginia or California, and meetings will head to various states, and dollars will go out of state with those residents. So let's make those Maryland memories and keep that money in state. Let's all be tourists in our own state. The Maryland Tourism Coalition, our board, and our members ask you to please give SB 622 a favorable report to help the tourism industry to achieve the pre-pandemic numbers and help boost Maryland's economy. Thank you so very much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III, and I am happy to be here testifying in person in front of your committee. It's been a while. I represent the Maryland Tourism Coalition, and we never bother you too much. You know, we always are here supporting the tourism budget, but finally, we're proactive in our own right, and this is a bill that we've put in. We want to thank the sponsor, Senator Quarterman. Thank you very much for putting the bill in for us this year, and we really appreciate that. So this bill was put in last year. It had a crazy fiscal note of $30 million. We cut the fiscal note by 10 times. So it went from 30 million, we tweaked it. You'll hear from Mr. Real, who did a lot of that work. So now you're talking 3.2 million for 2 years, and that's it. Then the bill sunsets. So this is essentially a pilot program to see how it works, and see, you know, whether it will generate more in-state tourism, more revenue. You know, we're talking about the fiscal note of $3.2 million, but the abundance of having, the abundance of revenue that will be appreciated by having people stay in the state, it's priceless. It's enormous. So, you know, think about it. We are giving Maryland residents a tax break if they travel and vacation in Maryland. It's a win-win, especially this time of year. Very cool bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Members of the committee, Senator Quarterman, thanks for
allowing us to be here today. My name's John Stefanchuk. I'm a principal at Chesapeake Bay Media, which is headquartered here in Annapolis. We have staff and employees of over 50 people, and we publish a newspaper, a magazine, and a host of visitors' guides. In my position as publisher, I travel around the state of Maryland and much of the Chesapeake region. I handle advertising sales, so I meet with small business owners, and I also meet with advertising agencies and other regional marketers on a constant basis. So I get out around a lot, and I can tell you that many places, the restaurants and the small businesses who rely on a steady stream of visitors as customers are still very much hurting. Some ever popular towns are seeing lots of visitors, but as I travel around the Maryland portion of the Chesapeake Bay, I see mostly empty restaurants and shops. I talk with small business owners desperate for people to charter their boats, to guide people on kayak tours of our waterways, or to take them out for hunting and fishing experiences. These are some of the best things that you can only do right here in Maryland. When I work with advertising agencies and regional marketers promoting travel to other states and municipalities, I see them place ads for events and other experiences designed to attract Maryland residents to their states and municipalities. Other places value our middle-class residents as customers. States to the north of us are trying to attract people for a short trip over the Mason-Dixon line, for skiing, casino experiences, vacation, knowing full well that the Maryland residents can do all those things in our state, in their own state. So this bill really helps prime the pump. It's providing incentive for Maryland residents who may be deciding to go to a nearby state for vacation, but choose to stay local instead. It gives them a second thought, a reason. I appreciate the sponsors of the bill, and I look forward to the incentive that it provides to get all businesses growing in Maryland again.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We have 3 additional witnesses signed up: Kyle Tilden, Georgina Windley, and Chris Reel. If you can come on down. And you can proceed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Tilden, and I'm presenting as part of the law office of Boston and Platt on behalf of our clients, the Maryland Tourism Coalition, and I'm here to urge you to vote positive on this bill. As the state continues to the reopening process, I personally am looking forward to getting back outside and exploring. For the past 2 years, I and many of my peers and people my age have been stuck inside, unable to live out their mid-20 fantasies of traveling, going to shows, and enjoying the liberties of what a pre-COVID state looks like. However, as we excitedly make our way back to outside, we find ourselves met with the financial realities that come with it. Gas prices are high, food prices are skyrocketing, and concerts even cost more, likely to offset the needs of COVID precautions. With a tax credit like SB 622 proposes, young people like myself will not only be financially incentivized to spend on Maryland businesses, restaurants, and venues, but also encouraged to take back our 20s. Passing SB 622 would signal to young people, one of the largest concert-going demographics, that it's time to get back outside and time to get back in Maryland. And all of these things that I've listed earlier are covered under this bill, like gas, concert tickets, as was noted earlier, and food for all these travel associated costs. So thank you, and with that, I urge a positive vote. Thanks.
Start the clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgiana Winley, the Executive Director of the Kent Narrows Development Foundation. We're a redevelopment organization located on the Eastern Shore, and I'm here today to support Senate Bill 622. This might look a little frivolous to some of you. It might look that way, but I'm here to assure you that this is serious business. Travel and tourism is very serious business. And it's serious for our small businesses, our larger businesses, and our workers and our communities. So it's no secret that travel and tourism dependent destinations and businesses have suffered in a disproportionate way due to COVID. We've had travel restrictions, shutdowns, workforce disruptions, supply chain disruptions. So let's reflect on what has happened. I could go through all the economic impact information, but I think you've already probably heard that, and I will supply that later to be brief. But I just want to say an income tax credit will do several things. First, it's going to reignite both leisure, business, and remember, travel and tourism is educational. It's one of the best parts of the educational system that we have. When people go out and they visit museums and historic sites, think of your field trips when you were in school. It's highly educational. And so it would be a great thing for those groups. Second, it will help to prevent business failures for both large and small scale businesses. And all the business sectors they serve, these businesses serve a lot of other sectors, including manufacturing. So that travel dollar goes all the way through and through. When hotels and restaurants and other major demand drivers are closed for good, which some of them have been, or are temporarily closed, we can end up with a large collection of vacant buildings in your communities. Think about that, vacant buildings. We have some vacant buildings in our communities, and it's very difficult to fill them. So those buildings contribute to blighted neighborhoods and business districts and directly impact businesses nearby. I urge you to vote favorably on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Chris Reel, and I'm the owner of a guide and receptive service that's based in Baltimore. It's called Rent-A-Tour. And I also represent our industry as a board member of both the Baltimore Tourism Association and the Maryland Tourism Coalition. And I'm here today to ask for a favorable report for SB 622. Again, our thanks to Senator Quarterman for introducing this bill. Thank you to all the co-sponsors, Republicans and Democrats from all over Maryland, demonstrating that this measure has statewide bipartisan support. We all know how challenging the last 2 years have been for all of us, but they've been particularly difficult for the tourism and hospitality industry. We were among the first to feel the economic impact of the pandemic as group tours, events, and conferences began canceling about 2 years ago this week. And we made tremendous progress, due in large part to the efforts of our public servants and our healthcare heroes, but despite all of that, it's becoming clear that our industry may be among the last to fully recover. And so that's why I'm urging you to support this important legislation that will incentivize Marylanders to vacation right here in Maryland and help kickstart this industry that has traditionally been one of the most successful and highest performing sectors of our economy. What this is a stimulus bill. And I'm confident that the revenue generated by increased visitation will give a much-needed boost to small businesses like mine, help restore thousands of lost jobs, while the collection of additional sales and use taxes, amusement and room taxes, etc., will offset any expected losses. But more than that, this legislation will encourage Marylanders to discover just how special this state is. I've personally led tours of Baltimore for groups visiting from all over the world, but some of my favorite groups are the ones that visit from other parts of Maryland. And it's incredibly rewarding to watch as they rediscover our city's extraordinary heritage and culture. And by the time they leave, they're beaming with this renewed sense of pride. And that goes for Baltimoreans that are visiting Western Maryland or denizens of D.C. suburbs visiting the Eastern Shore. By choosing to make these memories here instead of Pennsylvania, Virginia, or Delaware, they're going to be inspired by our powerful stories. They'll be amazed by our natural beauty, delighted by our friendly hospitality, and then they, in turn, will become some of our most effective ambassadors, encouraging others to come and experience the wonder of Maryland for themselves. We talk a lot about the power of tourism with regards to economic activity, all those numbers that you've heard. But for me, what's most powerful are the experiences that we help build. Those shared experiences. We know how much they mean to us because we know how hard it was when they were taken away. So now we want to encourage Marylanders to help build those shared experiences right here in Maryland and make those treasured memories here at home. So please, favorable report for 622. Thank you.
Thank you. Got it in under the wire.
Just barely.
Okay. Well, I see no questions from the committee, so thank you all for your time and your testimony. Colleagues, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 622. We'll now turn to another Senator Quarterman bill, Senate Bill 623. Good afternoon again, Senator.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow members of the committee. Again, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, Washington County. Before us here is Senate Bill 623, income tax subtraction modification for income of healthcare workers. For the last 2 years, healthcare workers have been serving on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic, putting themselves before others by caring for those in need. Their tireless efforts should be honored through a financial break on their income taxes. This legislation is designed to provide relief to a segment of our community that has been more appreciative than ever. Since COVID-19, they've had some of the most difficult jobs in the world, long hours, health risks, stress and anxiety that have overwhelmed our healthcare heroes for the last 2 years. The bill would create an income tax subtraction modification for healthcare workers on the first $25,000 of their income for tax years 2021 and 2022. A quote, healthcare worker includes individuals licensed under the Maryland Health Occupations article, as well as those licensed under a different state but pay or live in Maryland and pay Maryland income taxes. Thought process behind that is we have many healthcare workers that may live here in Maryland, but they may work in another jurisdiction, whether it's folks in Western Maryland, they live in Western Maryland, they work in West Virginia or Pennsylvania, or the central part of the state, folks that live in Prince George's County or Montgomery County, they work in are licensed in D.C. But it's provided this relief for the healthcare workers that live in Maryland, pay Maryland taxes, but have been, again, on the front lines of this pandemic. Understanding there is a modest fiscal note here. I would hope, though, we can work something out with the committee to provide at least some sort of relief to those who have made, the various sacrifices for us through this pandemic, much the same relief we provide to some of our other heroes within various industries. So with that, I thank you for your consideration and respectfully ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. I have Shani Chatilia. How'd I do?
Almost.
Okay, tell me the right way. We'll get it right next time.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Suhani Chatalia. Very close. And I am here on behalf of two organizations, the Maryland Dental Action Coalition and the Maryland Community Health System. The Maryland Dental Action Coalition's objective is to develop and maintain statewide partnerships to improve the health of all Marylanders through increased oral health promotion, disease prevention, education, advocacy, and access to oral health care. The Maryland Community Health System is a network of federally qualified health centers providing somatic, behavioral health, and dental services to underserved communities. Both organizations recognize and hear firsthand the impacts COVID-19 has had on essential healthcare workers. While federally qualified health centers have always faced workplace staffing issues, the pandemic has even furthered this issue. The few healthcare workers that work in these facilities face burnout and have taken other jobs that do not involve direct patient care. The Maryland Dental Action Coalition has recognized many of the same issues in the dental community. The importance of oral health to overall health has not changed over the past 2 years. However, dental care providers face the same issues as other healthcare providers, such as burnout and exhaustion in the workplace. Fewer individuals were accessing dental care during this time because of the lack of providers and the safety risks involved during COVID-19. The Maryland Dental Action Coalition and the Maryland Community Health System supports initiatives that promote better health for Marylanders. By providing a $25,000 subtraction modification from income when calculating taxes, healthcare facilities are better able to retain their workforce and continue to provide these essential services for their patients. This would also reinforce Maryland's commitment to not only healthcare providers in Maryland, but also to the health of our state's residents by providing primary care, OBGYN care, pediatric, geriatric, behavioral health, and dental services, all while providing financial support to our healthcare heroes. We thank the committee for their time in hearing this bill, and we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 623. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see no questions from the committee, so thank you very much for your time. And colleagues, that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 623. We're going to turn to Senate Bill 491, the property tax, taxation of business property tax rates. Senator Benson, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Absolutely welcome to bring your panel up with you. Benson, you can proceed when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and members of this committee. Before I give my testimony, I just want you all to know that, you know, I've been down here in Annapolis for over 25 years, and it really saddens me to no end to have to come here this afternoon to present this bill. We have a municipality that we have been working with to reduce their tax assessment on businesses. And this municipality happens to be in a community where we have a serious problem, and it is known as a health enterprise zone and a food desert. And we cannot get the businesses to come to that area because of the hike in the tax assessment that has been heaped by this particular municipality. We have worked with the Maryland Municipal League to try to get the municipality to do the right thing by the businesses, because it has a severe, unfair, and profound negative impact on the citizens who live in and around this municipality. And so, because we were not able to get this municipality to work with us so that we can deal with economic development and to improve the quality of life for the people in that particular area, we are compelled to bring to you all this bill this afternoon. And so I am here to present Senate Bill 491, property taxation of business property, tax rates, exemptions, and credits. This regulation is significant for the local monetary development and monetary security of all entrepreneurs. The rate at which these businesses are being taxed surpasses what is fair and acceptable. Moreover, by not capping the cost that the tax rate allows, we are keeping businesses from settling in specific communities because of the incredible rate. If this continues, no business will want to do business in Maryland, particularly in those areas that we are most concerned about, and those are specifically areas that are known as health enterprise zones and food deserts. It causes a plethora of different issues, such as food deserts and health enterprise zones in the great state of Maryland. Additionally, we should consider the strain that many Marylanders will experience due to added travel cost and time required to find necessary businesses such as grocery stores, hospitals, restaurants, fitness facilities, drugstores, and the list goes on and on. And this is the part right here that this deeply saddens me, because in many of the areas that we are concerned about, we have senior citizens, disabled people, working people who do not have access to public transportation or even their own transportation. So it really works a hardship on these wonderful, wonderful citizens. So this bill's design will prohibit the county tax rate and municipal tax rate to businesses' individual property from surpassing a specific rate. This bill will permit economic development and growth inside Maryland, particularly after the monetary destruction coronavirus has had on small businesses across the state in the last few years. There's going to be an amendment to the bill that you have received that asks that the rate be kept at 2%. We are putting in an amendment that's going to request that that rate be increased to 7%. That is the compromise that we are making with the municipalities and other parts of the states and of the state and the counties. Thus, I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report for Senate Bill 491. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You all can proceed. Just introduce yourselves before you speak, please.
Good afternoon. I am Reverend John L. Walker, Sr., Associate Minister at Contee African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. But I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the concerned citizens of Seat Pleasant, Maryland, and on behalf of myself. This testimony was submitted in support of Senate Bill 491. The committee is concerned about the impact business personal property tax have on the residents. Although various rates have been set for each municipality, they all have one common denominator, which is the financial effect upon the residents. In general, there seems to be no problem with the current law. However, in the case of Seat Pleasant, Maryland, the city in which I live, the personal property tax rate is outrageous. A search through the Maryland Department of Assessment and Taxation database for personal property tax reveals that Seat Pleasant has the highest business property tax rate in the state of Maryland. Excluding Seat Pleasant, personal property tax rate for the entire state range from 80 cents, and I think now is the new year is 8 cents, up to $2.65, whereas for $100 assessment, whereas in Seat Pleasant, it is $15 for $100 assessment. This value is 5 times higher than the maximum rate in the entire state. And I have in my written report, I have a chart there to show you the rates. In recent years, many businesses have relocated outside the city of Seat Pleasant, and it is our belief that the high personal property tax rate played a significant role. And I could name those businesses, but all of them, but businesses such as Safeway, CVS, and most recently, this week, we got notice that the Bank of America is closing also permanently from Seat Pleasant. So I stand here today, or sit here today, to ask you to support favorably, pass this bill, because it is needed that we have a cap so that we could get businesses in for the senior citizens who are not able to go the distances to get the services they need. And so it would encourage businesses to move within the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Senator Benson. Thank you for sponsoring Senate Bill 491. Hello, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for letting me testify for the support of Senate Bill 491. My name is Glenn Norris. I'm the CFO of Planet Fitness Sea Pleasant and a partner in 32 Planet Fitness clubs in Maryland. I submitted this testimony on the portal. Planet Fitness Sea Pleasant opened our doors on July 17, 2017. And Planet Fitness has been serving not only as a gym that enhances a member's health, but a great gathering place for the community. We are the anchor tenant in a shopping center right down the street from the city's offices and have many city employees as members. We are good for the municipality and a draw for further economic development in the city of Sea Pleasant. Senate Bill 491 is addressing the very fact that our business and other businesses will not be able to stay within the city limits with a 15% personal property tax rate. We have 5 other clubs in municipalities of Prince George's County that charge less than a 2% municipality personal property tax rate. Our normal municipality personal property tax bill in year 1 of a new gym is less than $10,000. Whereas the year one personal property tax bill in Sea Pleasant was $122,706. Over 10 times the normal expense we plan for in our budgeting process. We also pay the county of Prince George's County a 2.5% rate annually. And as stated, there is the Merlin chart of personal property tax rates, and that kind of tells the whole story in my opinion. We've been making attempts since early 2019 to come to an economically fair credit with the city leadership of Sea Pleasant. It was a total surprise when we received that bill for $122,000. There were no warnings whatsoever from the city's leadership that the rate was 10 times higher than the norm, and that Prince George's County had an enterprise zone credit application that we could not qualify because we were past the first year. So we currently owe 4 years of bills, $417,000, with another one coming this August of $75,000. We've not made a profit without these expenses to date. In 5 years worth of business, we put in $2 million to begin with and have lost over $2 million in net profit. So the importance of Senate Bill 491 goes beyond Planet Fitness Sea Pleasant. A fair personal property tax rate, like most municipalities have levied on business, is what is needed. I support Senate Bill 491. It will help economic development in the city of Sea Pleasant and other municipalities statewide. Community benefits, current business owners will benefit from keeping the personal property tax rates reasonable. Please consider supporting Senate Bill 491. Thank you for your time and attention in this matter.
Please forgive me in advance, I'm a horrible orator, but good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Chang, and I'm the Senior Regional Manager for Planet Fitness Growth Partners. I've worked for Glenn and his partners for 10 years now. I have very simple and concise talking points, but Planet Fitness we're known for our judgment-free zone, which means we cater to 80% of the deconditioned individuals in the country, not the athletes or the bodybuilders or avid workout enthusiasts. We provide in Sea Pleasant currently a 24-hour facility with free fitness training, and our low-cost model is only $10 a month. It literally breaks down to 33 cents a day. We've had cease all work order signage placed on our front doors by the city of Sea Pleasant, stating that we are in violation of the law. When we take them down, they're to be glued back on the entrances the following day. This has served as a deterrent for our members and has caused concerns in our credibility in the community, and the repetitive frequency of the signage has negatively impacted our business. We take pride and give back to the community. We actually reward our management teams to ensure they are doing so monthly. The Teen Summer Challenge is an annual event where we actually offer all local teenagers in the community, age 13 to 17, a free and safe place to work out with free fitness education during summer. We provide them with free instruction, and then we offer them low-cost, affordable rates when summer is over. We also provide free memberships to our local police department, and as Glenn has mentioned before, because we serve as the anchor tenant, we drive more business into the area. Senator Benson has mentioned the disparity in the community, and it's vast if you compare other locations to location. My Columbia, Maryland store is nothing like when I'm driving through the city of Seat Pleasant. Over 28% of Seat Pleasant's roughly 4,700 residents are Planet Fitness members, and more than 50% of those are local residents that actually utilize that club. And lastly, we're an internal growth organization. Since club inception, we've promoted 8 individuals, and I imagine working for minimum wage and being provided and given an opportunity to grow into a salaried career position. I mean, we've retained over 80% of those in various different leadership roles in our organization, and those who have left have actually now learned how to properly lead and manage a business. It would just be a shame to leave the city. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Miles Brooks. I'm the general manager of the Planet Fitness located in Seat Pleasant. Just want to give a few points as why we are urging you to give us a favorable report on a bill 491. Just like Brian just said, we are providing a lot of opportunities for the youth. We actually this year just started paying over the Prince George's County minimum wage rate, so that has given a better opportunity than what most individuals are able to get within the Seat Pleasant community. We also, like he said, we are the anchor tenant in the shopping center. We are bringing in the most traffic. We are most likely the most successful tenant in that shopping center. And it's just, it will be sad because, you know, driving through the city of Seat Pleasant, you will not see a grocery store, you will not see a doctor. And so we really are that fallback for people, whether it is rehab or they may have some type of mental issue or anything like that. You know, we just provide all types of avenues for people, all shapes and sizes, doesn't matter your race, religion, creed, color, anything like that, for everybody to be able to have a membership at an affordable cost and be able to have the services provided to them. Again, this also just creates a domino effect because I feel like personally, and it has been said before, there are other good establishments who are shying away from the city of Seat Pleasant because of the tax rate. And it's just, the city will never be able to really reach its full potential if this is always going to be the case. And that's just always going to downplay, and it won't create other opportunities for other individuals as well. It's not just about us and Planet Fitness, but it's about other people as well too. So overall, it will just, you know, almost allow the city to almost cannibalize itself because there won't be any type of way for everybody to prosper within it. Again, this is why we were just asking for a favorable report on Bill 491, and thank you for your time today.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Franco. I came here under the premises to support 491 at the original bill's form at 2%. I now just learned that it's going to be amended to 7%. I do not support that. I support the original 2%, and I don't know how you're going to pay $65,000 a year instead of $10,000. I owned commercial property, and I own a retail store in Seat Pleasant, Discount Mart. I've been in business for 45 years in the state of Maryland. 30 of those years was in Oxon Hill. We provide goods and services at discount prices. We're especially known for school uniforms. As you know, the personal property tax rate in Seat Pleasant is 15%, and the Maryland average is 1%. This puts an undue burden on businesses in the city, forcing some to leave. I know firsthand regarding Advanced Auto's departure, they broke their lease, and I was told by their landlord they had enough of the government of Seat Pleasant, and if you don't believe me, I've had enough of Seat Pleasant too, and I'm on the way out. I bought a blight property, I renovated it, I opened up the store, provided goods and services and jobs, and I'm actively seeking to leave because of the government of Seat Pleasant. Another aspect of Seat Pleasant's tax rate includes inventory. Most jurisdictions exempt inventory. CVS tax bills includes a tax on medicine and prescription drugs. Food is also taxed in Seat Pleasant. Regarding my business, we try and keep the prices down. This is ultimately who pays: the consumer. Seat Pleasant is a good place to do business. However, the posture of the current administration is outright hostile to the business community. We have been pleading with the council
For 4 years, these people and many other business owners in Seat Pleasant testified before the council at various council meetings. I understand that this legislation that is opposed by the city and may have an adverse financial impact. However, they caused this by gross government overreach and fiscal mismanagement. If they cannot sustain it, I recommend the city be placed in a state receivership similar to what happened 30 years ago in the District of Columbia. They were financially mismanaged. There was an appointed oversight board, and they brought back DC to fiscal stability. I made an investment in Seat Pleasant. I bought a blight property, I renovated it, and I opened up a business. Like I said, it serves the community. I've done my part. Please do yours. And I do want to say, 7% is not going to do it. You won't attract economic development when you're 7 times the average of the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsor of this panel? Okay, thank you all for your time and your testimony. We have one final witness on this bill. That is Kevin Kennelly, signed up in opposition. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Kevin Kennelly here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties. In opposition to this bill as drafted, I think listening to the testimony, there's obviously an issue in a municipality, and I'm not sure what's going on, but I don't think the intent of the bill is what is in front of you from what I understand. So we're happy to work on this, and hopefully we can get MML to the table as well to work out whatever is happening in the municipality. I don't know how their rate's 15%. I think generally the personal property tax rate's capped at 2.5 times the real property rate. So I'm not sure what's going on, but hopefully there's a resolution here. And with that, we'd oppose the bill as drafted. But again, we're happy to get folks to the table to talk about this and figure it out.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Well, we certainly appreciate your offer and hope that you do follow up with the sponsor. We're concerned as well after the information that's been presented this afternoon. Seeing no questions or comments from the committee, that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 491. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 660, also a Senator Benson bill.
I'd ask the last speaker here who just left, I would hope that he would stick around because I do need to have a conversation with him. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Rosa Pepp, and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. And I want to thank Madam Speaker Pro Tem for the wonderful job that she's been doing this afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm here to present Senate Bill 660, Income Tax Caregiver Tax Credit. This legislation is critical to give caregivers financial and economic support in Maryland. Caregivers are the backbone of our society. They represent selflessness, patience, compassion, and dependability. Caregivers are responsible for the physical and emotional support of someone who can no longer care for themselves due to illness, injury, or disabilities. In addition, caregivers play an essential role in supporting individuals to function at their highest capability. Being a caregiver often includes providing support with financial and legal affairs for their family members. Moreover, caregivers endure significant monetary consequences regarding both direct cash-based expenses and long-term financial and retirement security. This bill's purpose is to allow certain caregivers to a tax credit against state income tax for qualifying expenses paid or incurred during a taxable year. As an income tax credit for caregivers, this expertise must be directly related to family members. This bill helps caregivers by straightforwardly reducing how much taxes they owe in a taxable year. Doing so will empower caregivers to have more financial resources to support themselves and their loved ones. Therefore, I would respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report for Senate Bill 660. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland. In Maryland, we have about 850,000 members, and our members overwhelmingly support Senate Bill 660. Most of us have been or will be a family caregiver or will need help to live independently. This is an ageless and nonpartisan issue. Family caregivers are all ages and races and ethnicities and cut across all segments of our population. They're from the seashore to the western shore. Family caregivers are the backbone of services and supports in this country, and they help make it possible for older adults to remain in their home. I know I just reviewed the fiscal note, which came up last night. The comptroller estimates that the fiscal note is about $41 million, and I have written to them already, and I'm trying to get what their assumptions were. Our research says that there's about 770,000 people who identify as a family caregiver in Maryland, and so it would be nice to know if they were using that full number. The bill is very specific. It says individuals with 75,000 individual income or 150,000 joint. And it's very specific. You can't travel. It's all about, maybe adult daycare, about the actual, things that you buy, maybe depends and that kind of thing. So we're trying to work out how they came up with their assumptions. And we will get back to you on that because we know that $41 million is a lot. And so we ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 660.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Yes, Senator Salling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Benson, this is I believe this is a really good bill. And I am also looking at the, what you were identifying about the 41 million annually beginning in '23. But I believe this could service a lot of good people out there that take care of their family. And I was in a situation that myself, so I'm hoping that you could in some way work this out with the comptroller and find a way to do that, but I believe it's a good bill. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're definitely going to, that is something, we were very, very surprised when we looked at the fiscal note, very surprised. We're just trying to figure out how they were able to come to that amount of money. We were very surprised. Let me just say it that way.
Yes, ma'am. I think all of us at times shake our head when we see the fiscal note, so thank you.
And you have to understand that at this point in time, when you talk about caregivers, they reach in their pockets and they give and give and give. I had to be a caregiver, and I had to spend a lot of money taking care of my loved ones. And when you apply, you can't put it on your taxes. You can't do anything, but it's money that you just spend as a labor of love. It just seems to me that it would make all the sense in the world if we were to compensate these caregivers some way, somehow. And not only that, but it is a strong, supportive endeavor from AARP.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Other questions from members of the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that cover. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 660. Now we'll have Senate Bill 647 with Senator Young.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can do this in about 2 minutes.
Excellent.
It's a Frederick County delegation bill. In Frederick County, and some other counties have these too, we have tip jars that fraternal and veterans clubs have, and fire and ambulance companies use them for fundraising. And they sell tickets, and there are paybacks in it, and then whoever wins the jar gets X amount of money and produces money for the club. They're there. They've been there for a long, long time. They're legal. All we want to do here is change it from the bartender or employees having to go around the bar or through the restaurant or whatever, selling the tickets and handing them out and exchanging the money, to do it electronically. People get up and walk over to the machine, get their own tickets. Number of tickets is the same, the payouts are the same. It just takes it from letting the employee wait on customers instead of handing out tickets. So it's just electronic. It improves accounting. It's quicker response for getting the tickets. It minimizes touching them, particularly in a COVID area. So I just ask you that you vote favorably.
The government gambling bill.
It's an existing gambling
I know.
bill, yeah. It just changes.
I understand.
We do it by machine instead of by hand.
Yes, Senator Eckert.
Favorable?
I think we're going to defer to the chair on that one. Any other questions or toasts or? Okay, thank you. There are no witnesses on this bill, on that bill. Next bill is 664, Senator Corderman. Yeah, no, sit right there and see if you can achieve Senator Young's pithiness.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, everyone here. It's Senate Bill 664, Income Tax, Film Production Activity Tax Credit, Filming Locations. So what this bill would do, it would direct a portion of the existing film tax credit program to film productions activities in Allegheny, Caroline, Dorchester, Garrett, Kent, Prince George's, Somerset, Washington, and Wacomico counties. Simply, the Secretary of Commerce would direct 20% of the existing tax credit to these specified locations. Directing a portion of this tax credit to these counties will allow for more opportunities of the film industry to take place in these respective counties. So each year there are a number of film production activities that are executed in the state of Maryland. Historically, many of these activities have been unable to be accomplished in the more rural areas due to the high cost of productions in these counties. When looking at the utilization of the current program, Commerce has broken it down basically between your large and your small recipients. As the small recipients have a separate carve-out right now of 10% for small projects that can receive a maximum credit of $125,000. Other projects can receive up to $10 million for a single film production activity. These are the ones we're probably all most familiar with, House of Cards, Veep, the upcoming We Own the City. Of the larger recipients, over half, 6 out of 9 of them, were filmed exclusively in the central part of the state. You did have 2 in Queen Anne's and Kent County and 1 in Worcester County. However, there are 0 in Western Maryland, which we define as in Washington, Allegheny, and Garrett. So it kind of brings up, part of the reason behind this legislation. There's a letter of support from Allegheny County, which really lays it out, and I'll just read a small part of it. And Allegheny County was approached with an opportunity back in 2021 to work with a major streaming service and film producer, looking at their county as a set location for filming a TV series, ultimately given the distance from the state studio zone and allocation of the way the allocation of the current credits are being allocated. Production company had to make the fiscal decision to relocate and move that filming series to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Basically, long and short, the credit had been all gobbled up by some of these other folks. So we're introducing this legislation for the purpose of providing some equity in the application of the existing tax credit throughout Maryland. There's separate legislation now that we'll hear at some point. If we haven't heard already, I apologize. We did it in regards to the cap itself for the film credit. We'd be happy to work, with that as well. If we do raise the cap, to still have that carve out, because again, we're just looking to provide some sort of equitable distribution across the state. So, anyways, thank you for your consideration, and respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 664.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the committee? Going once, going twice. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 664. And our last but not least is Senate Bill 674. Senator Edwards.
Can I stay here?
Whatever you like, Senator. It's up to you.
I can take more time. I'll go up there. I was going to
No, I understand. No, absolutely
Can I
not.
ask my panel to come up? Whoop! I must have made a wrong turn somewhere.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not there. Well, it's really an honor to be last in 2 long days of bills on both occasions. I appreciate that very much.
The last shall be first.
The last shall be first. I'm here to ask for your support for Senate Bill 674, which deals with State Lakes Protection and Restoration Fund. You've heard this before. We started many years ago in trying to get something passed. We wanted $3 million, and isn't this side of the aisle, it's the other side of the aisle. It's a problem. We passed it here a couple times. The House didn't agree, although one time they agreed, which ran out last year, $1 million a year for 3 years. I think at least we're going to get this, I'm sure it's probably not going to pass, but I think we get $1 million for 3 years in the parks bill. But let me just say this, Mr. Chairman. You know the situation we're in now with trying to maintain parks. We're going back, critical maintenance is way behind, we got to find millions of dollars to bring that up to date. So here's what's going to happen. So those of you who are going to be here in the next 20 years, there'll be a couple of you here.
I'm going to be here.
Well, I said a couple, I didn't say which couple. You're going to have constituents come to you, you know, we passed this parks bill, and I assume it's going to pass the House. They want to create more parks with water. People want to recreate with water. So if we don't keep up on maintenance of lakes and or water related to parks, they're going to get in bad shape. So you're going to have people who want to go fishing, they get in their little boat and they go up to this cove and the sediment's so high they got to stop, they can't get in there. So someone comes up to you or comes up to you and said, how'd you do in fishing? Well, I wanted to go up the cove, but the sediment was too high, I couldn't get in there, so I stopped at the edge of it and fished, and guess what? I caught a lot of invasive species. Or they might say, I wanted to go swimming. How'd you do with your swimming? Well, I did all right, but I had to carry a machete on my side to cut the invasive species off of me so I could swim. Now, I'm being serious here. I'm trying to make a little light of it, but I'm being serious. You can go to some of these lakes now where invasive species are, you can't swim in it because they're too high and you get entangled in them. You can't fish because your fish line gets them. So this bill would remove sediment, treating contaminated sediment, prevent the spread of invasive species, improving ecological and recreational value, and take any other action the department determines necessary. If we just do a little bit a year, it would be nice. You know, we have the beach replenishment program for $2 million a year. There's a lot more lake lining than there is beach lining. So, you know, it'd be nice if we get over $1 million. I'm not greedy. I'll take whatever I can get. This bill came from the Western Maryland Economic Development Task Force and is a statewide bill. We like to help everybody out. So again, I'm pretty sure it's not going anywhere, but I wanted to say my piece because I'm telling you, you need to look down the road because some of these things are going to occur if we don't put more money in to maintain our waters and get them cleaned up and keep them clean. So with that, I would ask your support of 674. And thank you very much, and have a good evening, or we're going to stay here and have a Capitol meeting.
Senator, thank you.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Yes, Senator Eckert.
I would just like to make an observation. My colleague from Frederick just told me that he went fishing and ice fishing in Western Maryland, and he came back with how many?
75 pounds of ice.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
At this point, it's good clean ice. In the future, it may not be.
Any other questions? So I would just say, Senator Edwards, I've got lakes like this in my district, so I totally feel your pain, and I'm totally sympathetic to it, just FYI.
Thank you.
The good news or bad news, depending on your point of view, is the chairman says we're not going to have a voting session today.
Okay.
So you're free to go.
But please don't throw your voting papers. Just leave them, so I don't have to copy them again.